Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
I've been alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, just playing with the new toy, naturally.
I was going to say, have you gotten it?
I have. I'm picking up an SD card tomorrow because I
Nice.
need the space.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's honestly a Switch Pro. It's 100% an absolute upgrade. It's great.
Okay. So not a bad thing, just oh shit, it's a
Oh,
rat. It's rat, my guy. Your mic is too quiet compared to Discord. Yeah, I'm just adjusting that right now. How is that? Is that better? Because yeah, you came in real loud, which is nice. So I just need to adjust your volume.
oh.
It took you 5 years to read the comment. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of stuff. Doco's busting my chops. He's one of the streamers that's been helping me out from time to time. Wonderful lad.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so Switch Pro is how you word it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had Switch One since launch,
Yep.
so no upgrade, didn't get the OLED. So this is just, minty fresh.
Nice.
I'm excited to test out more of the first party games.
Yep.
But so far I've only played Fantasy Life I, which is my current obsession, and Mario Kart World.
Cool. How is Fantasy Life?
Addictive.
Okay.
I haven't touched real grass in a while. That's that's how good it
Oh,
is.
dude.
It's the leveling up of RuneScape.
Yep.
So I'm wood cutting everything, I'm mining everything, fishing, and it's just hours of that at a time. It's great. I love it. In
Perfect
the
kind of
meantime,
just
there's just like,
like Zen
yeah,
type of game.
it's great. It's Animal Crossing style as well.
I saw that. So this was the thing. When I saw it on Steam, like I saw the one sheet and I'm like, man, that looks like shit. I'm not even gonna bother like clicking on the link. And then you're talking it up. Did you know this yet? It works perfectly now. Wait, what are you referring to? Doco. Sorry. Doco just distracted me. Like the
It's all right.
Discord thing? Oh, so you fixed it. Did he? Oh, he was trying to sort something out on the Discord side so that it would like show up when I was jumping on. I don't think I actually took notice of that. Yeah, okay, so it's working. That's a good sign. Because, yeah, I was busting his chops the other day. When was that? Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday when we were doing it. Yeah, so I saw the one sheet for it. And, oh, fine. I see how it is. I'm distracting you. Fuck you. I'll go take a shit. Oh, I love you, Doco. Don't ever change. Don't ever change, mate. Um, but yeah, if you need to go have a shit, go have a shit. Yeah, no. So I saw the one sheet, didn't bother clicking it. You've obviously hyped it up, so I've looked at it properly and I've gone, okay, yeah, this is like a Animal Crossing on steroids.
Yep.
Like it was I was quite impressed.
It's really fun.
How many hours have you spent on it so far?
Oh God. Who knows? For a while. Because I got it before I got the Switch 2. Then I got a Switch 2 upgrade pack.
Mm-hmm. An upgrade pack. What does that entail?
60 frames. Uh,
Oh, for the game itself.
yeah, yeah. So
Whoa.
the game now runs really well. Loading screens are pretty much non-existent compared to the Switch version. Um, it it looks really good.
Nice.
Mm.
Did you have to pay extra for that?
Yeah, it was like $3.
Oh, that's not too
Uh,
bad.
yeah,
See, yeah, that's
that's fine.
like I thought it was going they were gonna charge like fucking 10, $15 for a fucking upgrade. Like $3 is fine.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I mean, provided you get the value out of the actual upgrade to begin with, then yeah, it's a fair price. Uh, um, there we go. That's now updated. So is that pretty much all you've been chipping away at?
Oh, and Clair Obscur.
Ooh, wow.
But I hit a real big story moment while exploring, and it kind of hit hard.
As an optional story?
Yes.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
So there's more in that open world because I know obviously where we're at, we can just go to um is it Lumiere, the city?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So I
mean, you can, technically speaking, you can go straight to the end,
yeah.
but you can. Uh, I'm not going to spoil it. It's
No,
fine.
no, 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 no. Like, okay. If it's
It it's something that you can repeat, so to speak.
okay, now you tickle my curiosity.
I just don't want to give too much away. Um,
Your volume keeps playing. I don't know if if you're like moving away from your mic.
my volume.
Yeah. It keeps going up and down, so I'm having to readjust it every time.
Oh, sorry. Is
That's
this
okay.
better now?
Yeah, like right now it's fine. But like you
Okay.
were like loud a second ago, and then you went low again, and then you went loud, and I'm like, okay, kid, what are you doing to me?
I am also playing with my
Audios.
settings for my microphone.
That explains why, because you are sounding a little bit different now.
Um, but yeah, the pretty much Clair Obscur,
Yep.
um, Fantasy Life, and Mario Kart World have been my obsession. I have tested out Elden Ring Night Rain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that game is really fun.
You enjoy it.
That it's it's just adrenaline
Uh-huh.
throughout the whole match because you've got to just go.
Yeah.
You don't really have time to stop. You
And
just need to
think.
go.
Yep.
It's so much more fun because it's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to the next location. Let's go. The fire's here. The ring's closing in. You got to move. It's really fun, and this is what I really want a FromSoft game to be. A Dark Souls game that has this agility, this verticality. Oh, exploring parts of the land between where you can climb and grapple
Mm,
and use the massive gravestones that are punched into the wall. You can actually use those to climb up a cliff. It's so much fun.
Now, how do you
Oh,
find that climbing mechanic? Because I personally felt like it was shit. Like try
yeah.
I personally was trying to climb up it and it just wasn't jiving with me. It just felt more clunky than it needed to be.
It
But
was fine. It served its purpose.
okay, cool.
It wasn't, to me, it did what it needed to. I wasn't after like a Tomb Raider style vaulting or anything.
No.
Because this game, I want it to be more fast paced. I
Yep.
don't want to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they did a good job with the mechanic. Yeah, there's little I can complain
Mm.
from what I've experienced so far.
Okay.
Maybe a little lost on the different characters.
Lost how?
I'm kind of so I've unlocked the next character, but I kind of just did it because I just so happened to do a couple of rounds, but I don't know what I achieved in the rounds to then progress this story. That is what I'm a little confused about. Is it completing the nights? Is it getting to specific locations and hoping the item is dropped? I don't know. But I guess that's part of the fun.
Yep.
Yeah. I
And
have real little to fault. And each character plays really, really nicely.
very unique each one I find.
Oh, yeah.
With the platforming, is it more of a like are you constantly pressing jump or is it like a one button press type of thing? I'm just trying to get a gauge on why you were having a better experience because for me the platforming was kind of stopping and it felt like it was um just kind of stopping the pacing, I guess. But what was it a much different experience? Like is it how do I word this? Were you kind of tapping away when you're jumping up, or are you just like holding the button and he climbs or they climb? Robin, why did you go silent? What's happened? I can't hear you. Nothing's coming
Hello.
through. Oh, hello. You there?
Awesome.
Yep,
Yep.
yep. You're coming through.
Um, I think I was tapping away
Okay. All right.
from what I recall.
Yep. Cool. Okay.
It just kind of, I don't know, flowed through.
Yep.
But
Uh.
I also was the type of person to, I'm, when I was playing, I was very much, I need to do what I need to and move.
Mm-hmm.
So I was constantly pressing, maybe over pressing what I needed to.
No, that's all right. Like if obviously if the mechanic works for you, then it works. It didn't
Yeah.
hinder your experience. It didn't feel like it was stopping your flow of movement, which for me personally it felt like it was. But yeah, if you were enjoying it, that's good. I gather you were playing with other people with randos.
I did play with randoms as well as by myself.
Okay. How did you find the experience by yourself versus with randos?
Lonely, very lonely.
Mm.
I don't, I appreciate that there is a solo mode,
Yep.
but the intended design is for three people,
Correct.
and it's really fun when you have three
Yep.
people. Um, so I started a few solos,
Mm-hmm.
did it, struggled, And I was like, okay, let's let's see how it's like with people who are playing the game.
Yep.
Man, these people are playing the game. I was carried. The furthest I got was night 2,
Oh,
which
that's not
I'm
bad.
pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you got further than I did.
It's really tricky.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, excuse
You're
me.
right. You're right.
I
Don't die
think
on
that's
me.
the whole I'll try. Leo's just staring at me. Um I think that's the fun part of I don't think I need to oh maybe it is. I guess the jewels, the things you collect that carry over. I think you can collect them in your journeys. So I think I need to stress less when I'm exploring
Mm,
and feeling I need to rush because I need to start learning the map. So
correct.
then
Yep.
when I am playing with other people, I can then go, okay, I can target this area because I know roughly what to expect.
Yep.
I think solo is good for tutorial, for just map learning. But
Yeah.
bosses, I feel, are very cooperative focused.
That's so okay. I played it at Jason's and I only tried 3 of the characters. So I tried the like I don't want to call it. It's the Sekiro class with the block, which was kind of weird. But to be fair, I don't think I was using him correctly. Tried the archer. The archer was really cool. I appreciated some of his move sets and abilities. And
I
I
also
tried.
like I know
Hmm.
he's really cool. The archer, I really like him.
Yeah. And then I also tried whatever that base character was with the small buckler shield and the standard sword.
Mm,
With the hook, which was kind of weird because Jason and I thought that you could kind of pull enemies towards you, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It felt kind of random like that. Um, but yeah, the
yeah,
loneliness was fine for me. Like I get that. Yeah, it's intended to be a cooperative experience. I think it was just the balancing for how they've designed the single player, and this is even after the patch because this was what was fun. When I got there, he hadn't updated the game yet, so I still played whatever the base game was, and it was if you get to the boss, you die. That's it. And then we updated it, so I got to try it with 2 lives now. And apparently, some adjusted XP, which honestly, the XP adjustment was like, serviceable, but having only 2 lives really makes it tough when the bosses still hit like a truck. And the fact that you still have to go through all of that grind only to get these like small little gems that apparently really don't do much for the most part from what I've heard. They're like minor little buffs, but you can tell that the game through and through has been balanced for multiplayer, which I hadn't tried. I only tried it single player. And I think I agree with you that with another person, or realistically with 2 other people, that is the intended way, and that is probably the best way to play this game.
100%.
Which,
It's
yeah, go on.
no, it's fun seeing them play with this co-op design that instead of making a full run through of a campaign,
Mm,
it's an arcade game of Elden Ring.
yep.
It's fun.
Mm.
I really enjoy their design philosophy on this game. And I'm excited to see what Duskblood is like.
Yeah. So I I applaud them for playing with the idea, especially playing with the, I guess, your already established assets and kind of flipping it on its head. I don't know whether it justifies the $55-$60 price tag. I get it. It still costs money for them to put this together, but it honestly does feel like it's a $30 piece of DLC that could have been just added straight onto the game. And I know that it's different. I know that mechanically it's different, but so is all the modes in Fortnite, and that doesn't change the ability for players to jump between different modes in the same base game. That's kind of my personal take, but I'm glad that it's doing well enough and it's successful enough, which wasn't a surprise considering it's a FromSoft game. And I feel like at this point, unless FromSoft has a stretch of really bad releases, people are going to eat that shit up every single time without fail. But you are right. I think what they're playing with here will certainly be an interesting test bed for Duskbloods. And I feel like Duskbloods is going to nail this a lot better, especially if you're wanting to go through the game by yourself. And you've gone quiet again. I don't know
Oh,
why.
hello?
Yep. Like I can see you chatting on Discord, but your volume doesn't actually come through. It's so bizarre.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. So, what were you saying?
Um, what was I saying?
Duskbloods, Night Rain.
Oh, the design philosophy of this co-op they've got in mind. It's
Mm.
not the traditional sense. So I think the PvEVP element is going to be another exciting little portfolio piece for them,
Yep.
especially being on the Switch 2, where it is a console that, look, I'll be biased. I love what Nintendo does with their consoles. I love that it's always about people rather than a person, though each console is designed for a single person as well. I love it. Um, so I have a very strong feeling that you'll have local play, so you don't need to have that need for always having it online, so you can do two switches next to each other and play. I think
Mm.
that's going to be really fun.
I mean, that's
This,
possible.
well, only what I'm vibing with purely based on, well, why are they making it purely just for the Switch 2? What elements of the Switch 2 are they going to utilize if it's going to need other people playing? I doubt they're going to use any other features of the Switch because it's all licensed by Nintendo. So,
Yep.
whatever. I doubt there's going to be mice control. That's fine. Whatever.
Mm.
Again, um, so I'm enjoying this little detour from your invasion or dropping a sign on the floor to summon someone. I'm enjoying now. Let's team up and let's go out and kill a boss together. I think that's really fun. And you know me, I love co-op games.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
So yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm also looking forward to a lot of uh, Switch 2 games that will eventually come out. I'm imagining a lot of great ideas. I also still haven't played Split Fiction yet, which I really want to.
Have you got it?
I haven't yet because I
Okay.
really want to finish It Takes Two before I get it.
If you want me to play with you, I will happily play either, if not both. Wait, what was?
Might as well. What did I get up to?
So Robin has gotten the Switch 2. I have not. I've gotten myself a Steam Deck recently.
How's the Steam Deck?
Look, it's really good. As a device, it is fantastic. As a piece of software, it is wonderful. I think the biggest unfortunate hindrance is the fact that it is running through a Linux system, which limits what you okay, if you can steal one of his cartridges, lick the back of it. Oh, so I can taste it. They have a unique oh my god.
Did they put aniseed on it again?
Possible. How do you know this, Docker? Have you tried this for yourself? Um, yeah, I haven't played around with my deck too much, just because like there's been a bit of the setup, and I've had been having to deal with the baby and doing things around the house and some other stuff. I have access to the internet. Is that the only way you've gotten that information, or have you tested it yourself? Come on, Doco. We know you like plastic. Um, but yeah, so there are obviously some of the limitations when you're going through your Steam library. And like I don't have a Switch 2, and no, none of my mates have one either. Yes, but that doesn't stop you from going to a GameStop or a JB and licking theirs. I know you've gone down to the bus stop and seen that kid playing their Switch 2, like innocently playing Mario, and you just grab the thing, take the cartridge out, and go, and then you give it back and run away. They coated the cartridges in with denatonium benzoate.
No.
Ooh, interesting. Obviously designed not to shove into your mouth. Yeah, so there is the unfortunate limitations that when I've got a library of like 500 games, realistically, the ones that work flawlessly, I've only got like 100, 120. And then there's probably an extra 20 or 30% that are mildly work with a couple of little caveats, which most of those caveats, or most of the ones that have caveats, are like minor little things that are usually control based, because they obviously being PC, they would have been designed more for keyboard and mouse than controller. So there's a few moments where it doesn't give you a prompt or a proper prompt to type in your name, for instance. So you might have to use the onboard little mouse controls, which are nice. I think they work really fucking well on the deck. And then pull up the Steam's little keyboard, which is relatively convenient. It's like a minor little thing that you just go, look, does it kind of roughen the experience? Sure. But it's a nice workaround that you can get past, and you can just go, yep, cool, I can work with this. So as I think for me as a PC enthusiast, it's a wonderful device. And I think for what it's offering on a more streamlined version of a handheld console that's PC focused, it's really smooth and it's really simple to use and navigate without a lot of the fuss. That said, it is unfortunate that because of its Linux based system and the limitations, there are things that might not realistically work. Yeah, I ran up to some kid and went, "Oi, cunt, give me your Switch 2 game cartridge. I want to fucking lick it, mate." Oh. See? You can be honest, Taco. We're all friends here. So, yeah, It's the one advantage that I will say the Switch definitely has, especially if you're someone who's now, like yourself, built up the catalog of games and you've been able to amass all the things that you want, especially on the digital storefront, provided Nintendo keeps that going and allows you to transfer things across, bar obviously the cost, the extra cost of upgrading stuff like that, which, I mean, your experience, it's a minor cost, but I do wonder whether some developers will play around with what that cost may potentially be.
Mm.
And I think there are pros and cons to it, but it is overall a much smoother experience from what you have as far as pick up, play, download whatever you want, or go to the store, grab what you want, and off you go. Whereas with the Steam Deck, it is provided you're like, if you're someone who's buying the Steam Deck day one, you haven't got any Steam game catalogs, you'll go through and you'll only see the games that work on that system. Only to kind
Oh.
of, yeah, so like, and you can see the other games, but you kind of have to go to a different menu to see the ones that are like, so you've got games that are verified. You've got games that are kind of they got like a yellow tick box, which is like semi-verified, where they work, but again, there's just minor little things where they will pre-warn you that, look, there's like this little issue that you might have to use the onboard keyboard in order to type something, or you'll need to use the mouse feature in order to get this side of it to work, or whatever it may be.
Okay.
And then, unfortunately, there are some games that just will not work because of the way the game was initially designed. It doesn't work with the Proton loader. Because what they're essentially doing, games you could bind to a controller, but won't have full controller game coverage. Yeah. Yeah, so there are a few games like that. So, like, I can't play Gothic, for instance, because it was only a keyboard and mouse game. It never had controller inputs and never had any controller drivers. So until they bring out the new one, then I can go play that. But anything that's old that didn't necessarily have the inbuilt controller drivers just won't work. But then you get games like Batman, where if for whatever reason the engine doesn't work with the Proton pack, because what it's essentially doing is it's grabbing the game and it's kind of putting it through like an emulation type software where it's translating, but it's a lot more. It's not quite like an emulator. It's almost like it's reading the important files that it needs from a driver perspective, and then it's like recompiling all of that information so it works on the Linux system, because Linux doesn't have DirectX. It has its own kind of 3D drivers.
Uh, yeah.
Oh, you just get a dongle and yeah. Well, you are right. I could just get a keyboard and mouse, a wireless, a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, and theoretically it would play.
Oh, so that does work. You can plug in
Yes, yes,
peripherals to it.
yeah. And this is where it, like, you can dock it. You can get a dock for it. Wireless is tricky. So yeah, this is all right. Let me grab it. All right. So I do love the fact that it comes with a case. I thought that was a really nice little addition from Valve. Thank you, Valve. This is a wonderful piece of. Oh, just a nice feature to come with your little system. So as far as peripherals that you have to be able to connect, all you've really got is the micro SD card. You've got the audio jack on the left, and then you've only got one single USB C. Just there. So it means you need to connect it up to some sort of a dock, like a little either USB-C to standard USB adapter. That way you can theoretically plug in your regular Bluetooth keyboard and mouse. Otherwise, wireless keyboard and mouse. Otherwise, you'd be needing a Bluetooth based one if you just want to connect it directly to the unit without any fuss. But because of that, it does kind of function like a PC, and it's even got the back end. So you can essentially, when you turn it on the first time, it loads into the big picture mode for Steam. But then you can change, like you can hold the power button and load it directly into the Linux system itself, which then allows you to play with, like, it functions like almost like a Windows by that point, where you can download stuff, you can play with the files, you can see where things are installed, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. You can do emulation if you want, which there seems to be a hell of a lot of support. So I've been kind of looking into some of that fun stuff.
Nice.
So yeah, there's a lot you can do with it, but out of the box, it is as simple as it gets for a handheld that is PC based. Plus, the OLED is just mint. So good. Performance wise, it's not too bad. What did I try? As far as like heavy hitters, I tried Lords of the Fallen, the new one, and it plays really well. Like it looks like ass. Like there's no denying that the game like graphically just looks like dog shit compared to what I can get on my laptop or my PC, or even on like a standard console. But it's impressive that it's even able to play at a relatively smooth frame rate. Like I get about 35 to 45 FPS, and it usually sits around the 40 mark on average.
Wow.
So for a new game, that's really impressive. No Rest for the Wicked needs some patching, because that's probably the one game, and I've even noticed it even on my beefy PC with the 4090, where No Rest just loves to have like stuttering issues. So that game just needs optimization up the wazoo. No ifs or buts about it. But I must admit, there are some older games that I have been playing with them. Like I tried, what is that? What is that Oddworld game? But it's the third person slash first person shooter where you play the hunter, the bounty hunter.
Something Wrath?
Stranger's Wrath. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, so I loaded that up. That required a little bit of tinkering with the control schemes, but once I got that working, that was nice. And I got Prince of Persia Sands on Time Running, which honestly, that's the one that impressed me, because when I last loaded that on my PC, I was actually having issues with that on the PC because of just how new my PC is compared to what the game is. Where you have to like fuck around with the drivers and a couple of other things because there's like weird graphical hitches. This loads perfectly fine. There are no issues with the drivers at all. Like all the shading and the lighting works exactly the same as you'd expect it to. I need to get up to one bit that I got up onto the up to on the PC that the game just would not let me overcome on PC. And if I can, so there was a section, you know, when you first go to the fountains and you've got like those the bridges that kind of like go down and then up and then down and up as you get to the actual fountain itself.
Yeah.
On PC, for whatever reason, because there was an issue with the 3D engine, once I got up one of those bridges, I couldn't get over to the next hump. My character just would not get over. It's like there was something blocking him. And even if I reset the game, he still wouldn't go over it. which was driving me bonkers. It's like one of the reasons why I ended up just going and downloading the PS3 emulated version just so I could play it. And I'm like, well, that works. Prince of Persia, Doco. But on the deck so far, I haven't had any kind of little hiccup. So provided I can get up to that section and it works fine, then I know that, okay, whatever the system is doing, it's doing really fucking well on the back end side. So yay to Valve for getting that right. I will say the mouse. So you've got like the little, I don't know if you can see on my stream, you got like these touchpad mouse. They've added like a haptic feedback type of thing, which when you move your thumbs around it, it like vibrates underneath your thumbs. So you get this sensation of, all right, I know exactly where I'm moving and I know how much, because you can feel it like ticking. So the faster you move, it's like, and then when you go slow, it's like tick, 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 tick. So you get a real tactile kind of experience when you're using the little mouse pads.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's like I said, as a product, it is solidly made. It is really well designed. Yeah, I for what I need it for the kind like this device for me, like I've got a PC, I've got my PlayStation, and then I've got a laptop, which are all like more than suitable for like my general high end kind of gaming experiences. This thing is simply, I want to be able to, let's say, pop over to your place and like fuck around and play some random shit, or go over to Jason's, or if I'm traveling overseas, then I like chuck this on a bag and I'm off to the races. Like it's this and a charger, and I'm having a good time just playing random shit.
Yep.
And it's perfect for that. I'm not necessarily using it to play, the newest and greatest fucking cyberpunk games, because the reality is I don't want to be playing for 45 minutes to an hour before the battery dies,
Oh, yeah.
because that's the reality of playing those sorts of games. But it's nice that it can theoretically do that. How well it does it, that's up to the developer to optimize it for that, should they choose to, which realistically they're probably not going to. But yeah, I love it. It was, and it's funny because like when my wife was asking me which one I wanted, because I was tossing up between this and realistically it would have been the ROG Ally X, which is their newest one. I honestly can't see the bug being a DirectX 9 version, probably an FPS issue. Yeah, look, that's possible. That is very possible. I don't know what it was, Doco. It was very bizarre, and I've just never bothered to really look into it. It was just, it put me off so much, I just kind of moved on, which was fine. There are other ways to play that. And to be fair, Ubisoft, theoretically, if they haven't shelved it, are working on the remake. So we'll see how that plays. Yeah, so I was realistically tossing up between this and the Ally X. And there was just something, there were like a handful of things with the Ally where I was like, there were just more cons than there were pros. So though I would have had theoretically better performance and just as good, if not slightly better, battery out of the Ally, the Windows side also would have been nice, because then it would have been, well, it just functions like Windows. I install whatever the fuck I want and I just go nuts. But there's like some minor little performance hiccups because it's a Windows system. Yes, there might have been further updates later on that would have given me some more flexibility, or they might have improved things, because there is word on the grapevine that Microsoft is planning to release, like, dare say, like a gaming version of Windows.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be specifically designed for these kinds of handhelds, because they seem very adamant in realize. I think they realize that their Xbox days are numbered, and
Yeah.
it's realistically going to be, well, we know people are either going to just buy our software, and we rather them continue to buy Windows. So if we can at least get this operating system working on a bare bones kind of setup for gaming specific purposes, then at least we know people who are buying these handhelds are going to have a better experience, and they're going to be less likely to go off and buy our competitor, which is the Steam Deck, and it's Linux. So, yeah. Windows G distro. Don't worry, it's not as confusing. Windows S. What? Windows G distro. Don't worry, it's not as confusing. Windows S distro. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're. I'm kind of blanking there, Doco. Um. So yeah, that on top of the fact that Asus has been getting a lot of negative feedback on their customer service.
Oh, what is
And
that?
um look, I don't know if this is more from the American side of things, but there's been a lot of talk about the quality and how they're treating their customers when there are issues. Like if you're
Mm.
having an issue with an expensive product, um they like to push back on what the issues are, and that no, there's nothing wrong. So instead of taking ownership and just fixing it, like there were the issues that people were having with the SD cards burning out in the first versions of the Allied X, which they fixed. But the fact that they didn't take ownership and went, yeah, no, we'll fix that, we'll take ownership and we'll get that rectified and sort that out. No, they just went, no, it's fine. There's nothing wrong. I know what you're talking about, which was bullshit. As
Silly.
well, yeah, and as well as the fact that it is much harder to get and look at replacement bits for the Allied X. Like it's apparently a lot harder to pull apart compared to the Steam Deck, which seems to have a lot of support, especially behind Valve. Like Valve is just fully opening their kind of doors on, look, if you want to repair this, we've actually got clients that we're working with that you can buy replacement like analog sticks, or if you want you can pull it apart. We'll even give you all the schematics so you know what the fuck you're doing, and if something goes wrong you can contact us. So there's it stuff like that just made me feel a bit more comfortable in buying something that, yeah, okay, on the surface it's probably less powerful, but I think the overall experience is much better served for the consumer. When Windows 10s came out, everyone thought it was, oh, super mode of Windows 10, but it was a simplified version. The joke is G stands for gaming. Right. Gotcha. Sorry, Doco. So, yeah, I'm happy with the purchase. Happy with the present, because it is a present. Thank you to my darling wife, who loves me so, who let me open it like a month early. More than a month, technically. So, yeah, I love it. I do really, really love it. And I look forward to playing with it some more later
That's
once I
good.
get a couple of things. And I've also gotten a micro SD card, which I picked up a terabyte for $107.
Very nice.
Nice and fast too. What is this? It is a Gigastone A2 4K card, which we'll see how the quality is, because when and it's funny because when I'm comparing the price of this unit and its speeds compared to what Officeworks sells SanDisk cards, my work, for like, I think they're like $349.
Oof.
Let's have a look. I was checking this the other day, and I'm like, man, There has to be a reason why there's a difference. And apparently, this brand is actually, I'm assuming it comes from China, but they have an office in, um, I think it's Perth. So it's like Australian based, which was quite a shock.
Oh.
1 TB micro SD. A2, yeah, $399 for an A2, or $349 for an A2. So you've got the Extreme and the Extreme Pro. But still, that's like an extra $250 minimum. Now, so you've done Night Rain. You've done,
Yep.
what was the other one? Life?
Fantasy Life.
Fantasy Life. And Clair Obscur.
Oh my gosh.
Talk to me about it, son.
That game is in my in my level of where I place video games, you know how Bloodborne is number 1?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's now a tied number 1.
Nice.
I can't pick between the two, so they both share the pedestal of being number 1. To me, they are S tier.
Yep.
Clair Obscur is such a beautiful game, and it is made with so much love.
Yep.
I haven't stopped listening to the soundtrack. It is some of the best in the industry. Oh my gosh, I have nothing negative, but that story, I'm yet to know what the end story is, but oh, after chapter 2 and having your revelation, exploring the world, getting more journals, meeting characters, and understanding more of the world, it just feels so big and rich.
Yep.
And there's an element that they dropped in this story that I really want them to explore in either a DLC or a full-fledged sequel, because you can't drop something and then not have anything else about it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love. I have nothing negative to say of this game.
Not even the platforming or the mini games.
You know what? No. They're so fun. Tell me a modern day game that has any sort of mini game.
Really? You want me to go there?
A modern AAA game
Mm.
that you don't have to pay for anything.
Yep. All right. So Docker's just throwing out Paper Mario. I was gonna say Yakuza. He's thrown out
Oh,
Watch Dogs. I'm going
you
to
know
throw
what?
out the new Final Fantasy Rebirth. GTA 5. He's absolutely right. GTA 6
You
is
know
going to have
what?
something. Red Dead
I'll
Redemption.
count remakes. I will count remakes. I will. You know what? Nintendo has killed it with their remakes, and I really want them to bring out more. Um,
Sorry, it was just it's like okay, you opened yourself up there. We're just gonna
that
prove you wrong, but that's okay. Like I get it. Look,
that's perfect. Please do.
I think look, I think for a small studio, it was admirable that they added this extra level of content in a game that honestly doesn't need it. But
But
it
you know what it is?
mm-hmm,
It's
mm-hmm.
a game that you pay once
Yep.
and that's it.
Yep. Yeah.
It's
There's no
I
DLC.
think this game took just what a game should be.
Yep.
And they probably didn't have such a high stress from investors or anything, so they could build this game the way they wanted it.
Who is this fool talking? This, my friend, is Robin. An
Hello.
evening. This is now Impulsive, one of my other viewers. How you doing, Impulsive? Yeah, go on. Sorry, we interrupted you.
Oh no, no,
Calling
please.
you a fool.
Um, it it's just nice when a game just releases as a video game and there's no other strings attached. It's just nice to get a full little present with a bow on top. No bluff about it. I don't need to spend $15 on a horse armor. Is it $15 now? I don't know.
We got demoted from nuance to viewers. Fuck. Yeah, it really is such a special, unique experience. Like there are plenty and a decent amount of single player AAA games that like don't have that extra stuff. But I do agree the fact like the costumes for instance. And I've heard this comment, I think it was from Stephanie Sterling, where there's no DLC associated with that. It is play this mini game. Hey, here's a cool, fun costume. Now you can dress in all like French boulangerie, which is French for fucking bread in English. I found that so hilarious. It's like, oh right, you literally call the bakery the bakery or the bread shop. New oh, did I say nuance? Nuisance. Someone who's annoying. I read that wrong. That was my bad. Um, thank you, Doco. It's yeah,
It's
from that perspective, you are absolutely right. It is just you don't feel like they are nickel and diming you as a player. You just here's your game, and it's such a reasonably boy needs a smack. Wait, me or him? I always need smacks. I like smacks. It's such a refreshing kind of product in that sense because it's not like, especially for us here in Australia, where all the games are like now $120. Like all the Xbox games are now 120. I don't know how much you paid for. I mean, you got. I'm assuming the Mario World Pack for Switch 2, but like your games are probably going to be about 105, 107.
yeah, Pokemon Legends ZA is not cheap.
No.
But what is cheaper though, just to digress really quickly, it's cheaper to buy the Switch 1 version of Pokemon Legends and then purchase the Switch 2 upgrade. You save about
Wow.
$4.
Whoa! What a bargain! I mean, that's still like $4 is $4.
Save as much money as you can if you buy Nintendo games.
Just any game in
But
general, man.
I unfortunately am a Pokemon fanboy. I I enjoy the games and I'm gonna spend the money. But when you get a game like Clair Obscur that's decently priced, made by a good team of people who respect you and reward you for playing their game,
Yep.
heck yeah. I purchased the deluxe upgrade because I wanted to give them more money. I didn't care. I threw them money. And
Impulsive is
when
calling you a
they
nerd.
100%, I'm a proud nerd. I will die a
And
nerd.
so you should be. I think. Wait, is this? I'm just having a look at the graphic comparisons for Pokemon.
Oh man, it feels like you're playing in fast forward. It really watching it on YouTube doesn't feel the same as playing it on the Switch Mind you, I was playing it on the 4K TV.
Oh man, that's a huge difference. Like the draw distance, the shadows, you can actually see the world now. Oh, wow. Okay, that was noticeable. I I almost didn't believe that I actually noticed the difference straight away, but it's night and day, man. Like now it actually looks like a proper game. Jesus Christ. Have you played much of it to really get a gauge of like the differences for yourself?
Of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Um, I flew around. I went to the locations that I noticed that there was a lot more struggle,
Mm-hmm.
and it's non-existent
Yeah.
now. Flying, you don't drop any frames. When you go to high density areas, nothing drops. It's just
Smooth.
smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I did a wild battle and I terrestrialized my Pokemon, and everything just happened in such a flash. It it really does feel like you're playing in fast forward compared to playing it on the Switch.
Yep.
It just it just goes, and it's so pretty. Um I haven't tried the online component yet,
Okay.
which would be interesting. I imagine Terra battles would play a bit more smoother, I'm assuming, but it is utilizing the Nintendo network, so I'm not holding my breath on that.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh. They've got Switch 2 and Switch differences between Hogwarts Legacy. That'll be interesting to see. Um, yeah, cool. All right, so that's running. So the overall performance is exactly where you need it to be, especially for this kind of point in the generation. So that sounds positive. Back to Claire. How? All right, so this is going to be completely spoiler territory for anyone that obviously wants to experience the game for themselves. So by all means, sign out or close your ears, whatever you feel the need to do. Um, I'm happy to wave my hand once we're done.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that each person should experience themselves. It's it's see, it's that type of game. Oh,
So
and
it's funny. I was after I really wanted to at least experience chapter 2 because I had this feeling that chapter 2 was going to be the main kind of crux of the ending. Now I know what the ending is. And it's not really much of a shock for me. I haven't watched it. I just know what it is. And that's
so
all
you know both endings?
I do know both endings, but I haven't seen it. I don't know the real specifics. I just know the choice that you have to make, which for me was like, okay, that makes sense for the character that is now the main focus for this whole story. Now, I was listening to and I really did that because I wanted to fucking listen to one of to Sacred Symbols actually discuss the game, or at least the first group, because it's this game apparently has been so popular amongst their like uh all the guys that kind of work there or collaborate with Colin, that they're now doing like two separate podcasts with two separate groups kind of discussing their opinions on the game. But one of the guys who's a lawyer, he was discussing his opinions and he was like fully excited. And then when he played it, he was very disappointed in the fact that the game kind of does a bit of sleight of hand where it presents itself as being one thing and then that becomes the least important part of the game because it's more focused on this major plot point, which I'm just gonna blurt it out right now, is the fact that you're in a painting. Like everything that you're experiencing is just a dream, and he was very disappointed from that perspective because it's like, oh great, it's another dream kind of sequence type of game. That's all it is. And
But then,
every hold on. I get it. I get it. Hear me out. Let me finish. Let me finish. And the fact that yeah, it just everything else like disappears by the wayside in focus now of this whole dream sequence type thing, which for him, because he saw everything very early on because of all the hints to like the tints and all the paint references and the fact that when you're going through the mansion the first time, you're seeing all these paints and figures that are referenced to characters and things in the world. So he's like, okay, well, this is all starting to add up very quickly and very early on. And it seems like the whole fight for survival is not important because none of it matters. And I got exactly where he was coming from, but I also disagree with him 100%. And I think it's more the fact that I've personally had this exact same experience where you walk into a product in the back of your mind with a very solid, strong expectation of this is what the story's going to be. And then, of course, the writers kind of go, yeah, it's this, and now it's not. Now it's that. And I had this experience when I watched 50 First Dates. Like 50 First Dates, when it was
oh, such a
advertised.
great
Yes,
film.
yes, it is. But when you're watching it with the mindset of, well, it's a Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler comedy, because that's how they market it, and then you go in and it's like, oh, but it's not actually, she's like, it's not funny. It's really serious. This is not a funny
It's a
film. This is
dark
horrible. Yeah,
comedy.
but that's the thing. I was looking for the comedy
Yeah.
and I was constantly disappointed by the drama. And I'm like, fuck you, that was such a shit film. No, it wasn't. I came in with the wrong mindset, with the wrong frame of mind. Because I walked in really strong on this is what I expected, and I got something else. And because I couldn't shake the expectation, the first viewing of that movie was ruined. On a second
Mm.
watch, it was fantastic. And I acknowledge that, yes, I was wrong. I just had the wrong attitude walking in. And I think this is where someone like Cog? No, not Cog. I think Co, the lawyer, he's walked in with the wrong expectation. And I think it's one of those things that if he was to replay it, he would probably have a very different experience because then he would be able to see the fact that the beginning bits of the game are the starting themes, which are then played out through the rest of the story, which is obviously Mael's, because you can tell she's very prominent from the very beginning. Her
Mhm.
build, her relationship with Gustav, being the brother that's dead, that is going to die, all of this, all of the symbology, everything, even if it is blatant and in your face. Um, oh, I see an update. Switch 2 version, added glasses. This is a joke. Yes. Um, it is all there to drive the main themes of not guilt, uh
Grief.
grief. Thank you. Thank you.
It's
Like
the
everything.
Act 1 is a parallel of the what I'm still exploring, the fire accident. You're right. It's it's such a good game.
Hmm.
Anyways, sorry, I
Yeah.
interrupted.
No, no, no,
I
no, no.
could
Like,
spend
go talk.
hours.
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
It's it- the the perspective I had of it wasn't oh, it's this trope. It's no, they're utilizing this specific trope to send a message of what this family is going through.
Mm.
It's we are accompanying this unbeknownst sibling in a familial world of her brother,
Mm-hmm.
because that painting is Verso. He created everything before he died
Yep.
with Claire, with Renoir, with Aileen. Mael wasn't able to paint at the time. She was still learning. So it's this journey of this young apprentice, so to speak, going through the grief that her family or her parents,
Yeah.
to be specific,
Yep.
punishing everyone for it,
Mm-hmm.
because they can't do it in the real world. They can in Verso's world,
Yep.
because that's the last remaining of him. So
Yep.
the point of view of, oh, it's a dream sequence. Well, technically it's not.
Yep.
It's a real world,
Mm-hmm.
and it is about life. It is, you are to question your value of life and who's there for that
Yep.
experience, you know? Everyone, I love it so much. It's so good.
Yes.
But that point of view of the story makes that trope done well.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
not a roll of your eyes moment of, "Ugh, okay, cool. I woke up and I'm in my bed."
Yep.
No,
Yep.
it's done respectfully to the player.
Yeah.
Ah,
And
man.
in a very unique way, because I don't think I've ever come across a piece of media like it is. You're right. It's either a character that's hooked up to a computer, or it's a character that is in literally a dream, so they just wake up, or you find out that they were in some fantasy world that they just needed to be pulled out of through a fucking wardrobe. And this playing with paintings and then adding a layer to that where you find out that they are painters. They are part of a faction of people that learn how to do this is an actual art. It is like this art of magic of creating worlds and spaces that you can then go into.
Yep.
And I think the idea of that and where they could take that storytelling further, that's what's just as intriguing as this very specific plot that centers around one family and um their personal dealings with grief. And it just opens itself up to all these cool possibilities in different storytellings. And like, imagine now you play a completely different character not related to this specific family. I mean, if you want to and you want to bring them back or reference them in any way, that's fine. But to be able to go, okay, well, we now have this established mythos. We can now play with, all right, who are these painters? How do they learn this ability? And now you can go and play the same game and go from one person's painting to another in order to try and uncover them or try and find, like, you might be on the hunt for a group of people and you have to try and find them in the various paintings. And so you have one person's painting that's a very specific, unique world versus another. Like, you can do all kinds of crazy shit with this idea, and I think it's fucking dope.
That I love, because the little drops of this outside world, this mysterious world, it's actually what Claire says in the epilogue sequence when you're in
Mm,
the manor.
yep.
She actually drops something, and it's never mentioned again
The
as far as
writers?
I'm aware. Correct.
Yeah. When she
This
mentioned that, I'm
warp,
like,
mm,
what? What?
that's what
Who are
I
the
was talking
what are
about.
you what who are the writers?
See,
Who
either
are they?
DLC
Yep.
or a full-fledged sequel
Okay.
based
Yep.
on this element of the writers.
Yep.
I, oh my gosh, that would be so cool. Who are they?
Yeah.
Why is there a war?
Yep.
What power do they have? Because
Mm.
you can draw art, but what about writing art?
Yeah.
What
Like
what manifestation is that? Ah,
the power of word versus the power of like
visual
physical,
art,
yeah, visually creating something.
sculptures, and
Yes.
just
Mm.
so cool,
Oh my
so
god.
so cool.
It's just
So
yeah.
when that happened and I started exploring a bit more of the world, because I'm doing everything before I go back to Lumiere,
Yep. And
because
I'm
I
doing the
want
same
to
thing.
know
Yep.
the world.
Yes.
There's so without saying too much about it, you can still not go to New Game Plus by doing the end.
Wait, say that
So
again.
you
Yep, go on.
so you can essentially not start a new game once you go to the end.
Okay, so if you complete the game, you can just continue playing it without doing the new game plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
S- And I have read on forums that, it is probably best to go to the end and then clean out the map so then you've got the context.
Yep.
There's so much that is, if you don't explore, you miss out on so much of the
Mm.
finer details.
Mm-hmm.
Each expeditioner, their journals, oh man, they feel so real.
Yeah.
The delivery of everything in this game
Yep.
is so perfect. I feel everything.
Mm-hmm.
I've been an emotional mess with the last encounter I had because that was incredible. Um, and that's one of the things is, if you don't go to the other locations, you miss out on more about the painters and this sculptures and where things come from and just world building.
Mm.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
I find it so hard to speak negatively of the game
Correct.
because it has so much of everything I didn't know I wanted.
Yep.
That's why I speak so highly of it, and I'm so hesitant to talk to anyone who hasn't gotten that far.
Yep.
Ah, it really is one of those games that so many people just need to experience.
And I mean, that's kind of the hope. I mean, that's the beauty of it being the price point that it's at. It makes it a hell of a lot more accessible. I think the difficulty can be challenging for some people, but it is, I think the way the story's told, I think the way everything comes together, the gameplay certainly, for the fact that it is a little bit more dynamic for a turn-based
You
game.
you can tailor the game difficulty though.
Yes, yes, you can. You can obviously drop it. I think it's got like an easy mode or like a story
It
mode.
does.
Yep.
I've taken the QTE events off. I enjoyed it, but then I thought, you know what? I've got the idea. I'm at a point in the game where, no lower than 90. Everyone's in their good builds. I just want to see them do their moves. The animations are some of the
Yeah.
best work.
Yeah.
I'm also going to be biased. Lune is MVP. She's been the main character of my game since I could play as her.
How do you play her? Because I'll be
Oh,
honest, I've kind of put
so
her
easy.
by the wayside. So my main three have been Verso, m- um, Mael. God, I was gonna say melee. Mael and CL.
Theo?
CL? Yeah.
Okay, but how are you treating each character? What build are you doing? Who's
Yeah.
DPS?
So
Who's
my
healer?
yeah.
Who's buff?
Yeah. So this is the thing. I think I haven't gotten into making sure that like I don't really have a proper buff character and I don't have a proper I guess defense character.
Mhm.
So I've just been trying to figure out how to make them all essentially DPS. But I am coming to the realization that some feel like they're better DPS type of characters versus others. So I have set up Lune as more potentially, and I do need to tweak a couple of things, but I've adjusted her so that she's more of a healer.
Okay, yeah.
And she seems like with some of the new Lumina that I've got, she feels like that is going to be, at least for me, the best type of character to give me those like all those healing abilities in order to get rid of status effects or be able to do double triple heal. But because of how I've got Verso, healing him is not an ideal position. It is if I want him to do more damage, and this is where he's an interesting character to play as a DPS because he gets stronger the less health he has.
Hmm.
So if I've got literally 1 HP, when he hits with like one of his like basic bitch ass abilities, he hits like a fucking rocket. Like it's just you watch, and especially when I got the fucking Picto that unlocks the I used the wrong word before. It wasn't it's Pictos. When I unlocked the Paintress Picto, and
The
I'm just
painted power.
yeah, and you just unlock past
Increase
the
your count.
9,999, and I'm just
Yeah.
watching his numbers fucking fly. Man, it is kick ass, but God does it hurt when you realize, well, I can't heal because if I heal, because I've got the what is it called? The negative is it negative stat? No, it's not negative. It's like when you're like black and white or when you're gray.
Inverted.
Inverted, thank you. So I've added inverted status, which gives them extra damage. And because you can get damage from healing when you're inverted, and it only lasts for 3 turns, but it means that he's when you heal, he's obviously taking damage, which helps in making certain abilities stronger. So he just hits like a truck. Like it's really impressive what you can do with him. Um, but yeah, how have you got Lune set up?
She's my main DPS.
Really?
She has, and I keep quoting it to my friends at work who play it.
Yeah.
She has this move, and she keeps saying, elements converge. She has that casts each 4 element, and if you crit, you gain that
That element.
what is it? That element strain. That's the word.
Yep.
And then if you have one of each element or a light stain, you can then do her ult. So I can clock about 1 to 2 million attack with her.
Holy shit. Doco, have a good night. Take care. That's nuts.
Yeah.
1 to 2
So
mil? Are you for real? I know what
it's just
ability
how
you're
I've
talking
built
about. Yeah, but that's impressive, man. That's
So her
really
other
dope.
abilities will always grant me that element and a light stain. So if she doesn't get 4 crits on the one move,
Mm-hmm.
I'll still have enough strains, or hopefully that I can pull off an advanced attack of a spell.
Which
So
is
if
the
I
one that
have
uses the
light,
white strains or the colored strains?
any, because
Okay.
light will replace that element. So if I have 3 light stains,
Yeah.
I can um use that as a replacement for the element strains.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you see, I
So
haven't played
she
around
has
with her.
ability that is fire, that it will grant me 1 fire strain and 1 light strain.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have ice, lightning, and earth as my 3 held,
Mm-hmm.
the damage is then increased and I apply 2 extra burn on the enemies.
Mm.
So my build on her is really like damage focused.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
cool.
She's she's really good. She's level 98. She's almost to 99.
Well,
I
I saw you got the level 99 achievements. I know one of your characters has hit it.
Oh, maybe she is level 99 then.
I don't know. But I know I was looking at your achievements just randomly. I'm like, oh, ooh, someone's hit the number. Someone's hit the
They
magic
did.
number.
I fully plan on getting the equivalent of what a platinum is on Steam.
Yep. Yep. That's fair.
I'm only 5 away from achieving that.
Which, yeah. I mean, oh, God. I envy you. I envy you so much. You don't have to worry about raising a child because you've got
Oh,
so much more
no.
time. No, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. Like
Look,
I love my daughter.
we don't plan on having any kids. We hope our friends have the kids. We're fine. We'll be the cool uncles.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Like, here, take this thing from me and let me have at least an hour of sleep.
I
Yeah.
get to return the child back, so I'm
Yeah,
happy
yeah.
with
After like
that.
a week, like you gotta at least have it for
A
a week,
week.
right? Yeah. Well, you want 2? I can give you 2 if you want. I don't know if Kate will allow that,
Shoot.
but although once she gets like 2 days of rest, she'll be like, yeah. You know what? Yeah, we can make it a week. I could get an extra 4 more days of sleep. Yeah, yeah. Let he was okay with 2, right? Yeah, let's make it 2. Yeah.
Yeah, she
No.
would love that.
Up to a point, and then she'd start like, "Where's my daughter? I want my daughter back." Um, no. We love Piper oh so much. She just needs to sleep. She has. There are nights where she'll wake us up. Like she will sleep through the day and she won't wake up till like 5 or 6, which is our normal wake up time. And it's like wonderful, perfect, fantastic, no issues. And then other nights it's like, so I need a diaper change now. It's 2 a.m. Eat shit. I'm gonna start going, meh, meh. And she'll stop and it just gets louder and louder. And if you don't go, it just gets worse. So it's like a ticking time bomb. Just hearing her kind of, eh, eh, and you're like, okay. But they're like dispersed little like struggles, and then they get like more constant and longer, and then before you know it, and you're like, yep, all right, she's about to snap, and if you haven't got that bottle ready, you haven't like pulled her out and given her cuddles or changed her diaper, oh fuck, you're gonna hear it.
Oh gosh.
So yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Actually, we had a fun moment today. I've done the dishes. Not dishes. What am I talking? The washing. I've done the washing. Put our stuff away. Grabbed her stuff. Now, mind you, because of my wonderful little tissues that I have in my pockets, I've done my due diligence, and before I've actually put the washing on, I've gone, oh shit, wait, let me just check. Pulled everything out one by one just to make sure that I didn't leave any pants in there. There were no pants. Fine. Put it back in. Close it. Put it on the wash. I come back 2.5 hours later and I open it and there's all this stuff. And the back of my brain's like, okay, well, I must have left a tissue, but this isn't tissue. What is that? And it's like this. It felt like gel on everything,
Oh.
and I'm like, what the fuck happened here? And I'm going through, I start pulling out the clothing, which everything, like the whole washing machine, even around like the edges, has like this weird gel type substance on everything. And I pulled it all out, and in between it all, there's this big fluffy thing that I've like pulled out. I'm like, what the fuck? And I've looked at it, and it's a diaper
Oh my
that's
god.
fully absorbed with its as much water as it could fucking take, and was obviously like to the brim with that it had just kind of like everything turned into this weird gel. And I'm like, how the fuck did that even get? How did I not see that? How did that even appear in the washing? Because it's not like the washing basket, even in her room, is right next to the bin. They're like separated. And for the love of God, like I said, this was in the washing, and Kate's like, "Well, one of us must have put it in there accidentally." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck. How though?" It's like, man, we're both tired, we're both fatigued. You know, we're both working on autopilot. Who the fuck knows? I'm like, you know what? That's fair. It's just
Yeah.
fuck that it had to happen. It's like, man, what a and so yeah, had to obviously put the washing machine through like a rinse cycle, then put the washing back in after I like tapped everything out the window to try and get all that shit off, as much of the clothing as I could. Put it through another wash, put it through the dryer, and it's all fine. But it was like, man, that's just like, of all the things to leave in the washing machine, a fucking diaper. Like,
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. So, yeah, that was fun. But no, back to Claire. Yeah, it's, I gotta admit, man, I'm really impressed. I think like you, where Bloodborne's like your ideal game, or you're like top of the top, creme de la creme. Mine's Sekiro. So for me, this game hits on a very different level with how the combat functions. And it's fucking rewarding, especially when you get into playing with some of the builds and trying to find ways to optimize your character. It's really, really flippin' rewarding
Oh yeah.
in a way that when you just do start seeing the numbers, or you find that success, or you're like, you've got that one boss that's like driving you nuts, but then you can go back if you've died and flip the lid, or you are halfway through like a second phase on a boss battle, and like I I typically don't use the dodge. I typically will try and aim to block. But there were a couple of times where, like, even the paintress, I was like, no, no, this is the last phase. I don't want to be doing this again. I want this done. I'm going to use dodge because I don't want to try and learn these attacks a second time, or learn them now for the second run.
Mm.
And it is such a lifesaver when you can just like miss a couple of major hits to then do extra damage. So it's like, yeah, I might lose on the potential crit or the potential to build up AP, but I will gain back more in the fact that I'm not having to waste a turn using a revive or a heal on a character, and I can just go nuts on an attack. And that level of like strategy and the push and pull with the choices that you're making is really neat, is really impressive. And like there was stuff that I wasn't even expecting, like new surprises, like the fact that I can get frozen was a new ability. I was like, wait, that that can happen? That's a thing? It
Yep.
just it like continually surprises you with like newer and newer things that just get flung at you, and it's like, well, now you got to deal with this. Now you got to deal with that. Hope you're ready to deal with that. I hope you got something to counteract this. And it's just like, man, just wow. Just fucking wow. Really. It really is just truly a beautiful, marvelous game. Like coming out of an indie team, and yes, like it's a small studio, but you know that there would have been a fuck ton of people working on it, from the art design, from like the contractors that they probably would have hired for this product.
Oh, for sure.
But man, it's just when you've got such a tight design and such great storytelling like this that just comes together, and and man, this was the other thing that really impressed me. This game really proves to me how you don't need to make an open fucking world game. You don't need to keep making these massive open world games. All you need to do is use an open world to simulate the idea of traveling long distances and give us little hubs. I swear it fucking like I would be okay if the next From Software game, for instance, was hey, we are setting this in a massive land, but you're not going to be traveling long distances. We're just going to give you this open world map that you go from location to location, just like this game, and you explore these smaller spaces that are all very unique and distinct. And I would be totally fucking okay with that. That for me works. This is the reason why I'm fucking excited, and I hope it comes out. I hope the developer is able to like complete it, get the funding, and finish it. But the what is that indie game with the Little Devil Inside? I think it's called.
Little devil inside.
I don't know if it's Little Devil Inside. This was showcased at one of the PlayStation. Oh, they've got a demo from like 4 months ago. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. This game has a similar kind of concept where we have an overworld that you're exploring as your little miniature, and you travel to your very specific locations that you then go into a very designed world that you explore in a three-dimensional space, and you just platform and do whatever you need to. Oh man, this is gonna be cool to watch because I have not seen anything of this in ages, and I want this game. I want this game to succeed. But no, my point is that Clair really just proved to me that the use, and like other games have done it prior, obviously, but I think the way Clair uses it with the fact that you see some of the enemies, the fact that you can interact and do other things in that space, really just proves to me that, yeah, you don't need to necessarily make every game just be, hey, we're going to give you a fucking Skyrim every single time, and then we're going to fill it with schlock because we don't know how to fill it with meaningful content, as opposed to, well, why don't you just give us a smaller little play space, put that in the open world, and just let us go from location to location and give us these very unique experiences within specific locations, which dramatically just reduces the dev time and just gives you a much better experience, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah. I've
Final Fantasy used to be like that.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. 100%. But it's weird because like they then suddenly went, well, we're just going to make this linear, and then we're going to have these massive open world spaces. And I just kind of go, but you don't need that. Like I feel like 13 is a perfect example of a game that I think if you had areas that you could drive the car in, but then if you need to drive further, you'd be like, okay, well, you're out of this big play space that we've made that has like a bunch of dungeons and some enemies and some weird encounters. And then you drive in the overworld in order to get to the next location, the next location. I think that would have been far more interesting and far more engaging. And then it would have meant that you're not having to try and fill this giant size world with things to do that is near darn impossible unless you are going to keep getting money from people or you've got massive investors or back pockets to design that. Very much like Star Citizen, or I mean the
Yep.
fact that like they just released a new update.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
Gosh,
again,
that game.
more? How much more are you
3?
adding? Yes. Yes. And it's hard to believe, but like that is emblematic of okay, this is the ideal way in order to flesh out a game and really give it more breadth and more depth and more mechanics and really hone in on that. But if you don't have money coming in from somewhere for that to even be a thing, how does that even work? So, yeah, it's really cool to see Claire's success. I am looking forward to like playing more of it. I am still kind of chipping away. I did um I oh man, I was so excited. I did the massive monstrosity in the water. That thing was annoying me. I tried doing it without the Paintress Picto,
Yep.
and I
Wait,
got mm,
the one in the water?
yeah, so it's one of the like big giant things that you only see like the top of its torso and it's just chilling in the water.
Oh. Did you defeat it?
I have. I have. But what was fun was I was trying to
Mm.
defeat it without the Paintress Picto.
Painted power.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I got to I got the rhythm down where I was basically able to block all of his attacks. The problem was
Nice.
not able to do enough damage to him. And by the time I got to the halfway point where he now does a couple of extra attacks, like a couple of they just add a few of extra moves to the specials, which are exactly the same as what he's really been doing. So there's nothing really unique. But it threw me off where I was like, okay, I'm not spending another, I think it was like 15, 20 minutes by that point to then have to go through another 20 minutes plus probably another, like it would have taken me another 40 just to get it perfectly down. And I'm like, no. I know I'm going to get something that's going to unlock my character's health, damage abilities. So
Yep.
until then, not going to worry about it. But when I went back, still a hard fight. Like he still almost chunked me. But again, because I learned him, it was much easier to just mitigate any of the things he was throwing at me. So it was just, okay, just got to hit him, just got to hit him, just got to hit him. And yeah, chipped away at him and he died. So that was fun. But the one that I went back to and I fucking enjoyed the level design was the like the winter area. There's like the one space which is like the dangers I think it's like a train station and you've got all of the uh they're like dancers that are
You were
mostly
at
ice.
Frozen Hearts.
Yes. Yeah.
There is. I'm assuming you're doing all the side quests,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I'm
You
planning
have
to.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a side quest in Frozen Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
All that I will say, have you finished all of it?
I have, and if you're talking about the dancers,
Yes.
okay, so I actually fought them, and I'm wondering whether I shouldn't have.
Okay.
And it's
That
yep,
fight was so good.
yep,
Same as the trumpet side quest
mm-hmm,
where you had to parry
mm-hmm,
all the good ones
yep,
or all the bad ones.
yep,
That was so good.
yes, yes.
It's I also love oh my gosh, what's his name? Tete? Tite? The guy who just bounces consecutively. Love. Oh,
Wait, is
are
it the
you not up
head?
to him yet?
Is that the head? that just
Yes.
bounces on you and you need to block him and he keeps and it's like every attack just ends up being more attacks of the same
Yes.
thing. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
I love my favorite fight purely because it's my favorite song throughout the entire game. The mimes.
Oh man,
They are
yeah.
the best enemy. Two attacks,
Mm-hmm.
that's all.
Yep.
But the music slaps.
Yep. But man, if they hit you, if you like miss the timing on especially the later ones, they will fuck your shit. They are nasty. Like they're
Oh,
easy when
yeah.
you figure them out, and like you said, two attacks. You know exactly what they're gonna do. You know exactly the timing because you've done it so many times. You did it the first time, you'll do it the last time. It's exactly the same. But when they hit, fuck me, do they hit? Like it's just
Oh,
boom. You're like, oh, I felt that. I think I'm nearly dead. Like it's really impressive.
good.
Yeah,
Ah,
you're
love.
right, man. It's funny. I was like umming and ahhing the music, and as I got further in, and this is when you know the soundtrack is good. When I'm going on my walks with Jess and Piper, and that soundtrack is looping in my fucking head, I know it's drilled in there. I know that the composer has done their job and have produced something that is memorable because it's now stuck in there. It ain't going anywhere. And and then to add to that, you'll be doing something random. You'll have completely different songs that you might have been listening to. And all of a sudden, you'll have a quiet moment and it just pops back in there. And you're like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yep.
Like, even the overworld songs, everything is just really, really elegantly done with these nice orchestras, nice, like really fun type moments. Yeah, no, just really, really cool. Really, really cool. Yeah. There is so much to the game just from an experience standpoint, from a gameplay standpoint. Man, just so like the dancers, for instance, they were
Mm.
cool. Going and then going, all right, we want you to properly dance. And then you actually go and do the fight, which was time consuming but fun. I did enjoy it. But what I really loved was going and climbing up to the top and fighting the fucking beast that was like constantly freezing and doing a couple of like that thing nearly screwed me over. But just like, and mind you, I would have completely missed exploring climbing up that mountain because I thought I did everything. I went downstairs, I defeated the asshole. He was tough. And more so because of the fact that he had that one ability that I was not prepared for. That I swear I could not block. It was the one attack that I couldn't block where he was I think it's like he drops your health down to 1.
Oh, yep. It's really funny because I explored the Frozen Hearts and I was like, oh, cool, there's a merchant up here. I
Mm.
guess there's nothing else.
Mhm.
Hours went by,
Yep.
then went back to Minoko Station, talked to the NPC, and he's like, make sure you go to the Frozen Hearts. And I was like, I missed something.
Mhm.
What did I miss?
Mm.
Turns out I missed the side quest with the dancers
Mhm.
and reach the final top section of the
Yep.
train
Yep.
station and defeat the boss.
Yep.
But by that point, I was so high leveled,
Yeah.
I killed it in one shot.
Yeah. Well, it's like the experience like when I told you about the little trap thing where you fall down into the cavern and you've got these two massive eyes just staring at
Oh my
you
god.
with the trap the walls are just caving in. And
Yep.
when I did it, I was relatively low level, so I would like it for me. It was the ideal level where I'm like, this is challenging. I got to figure out how to kill this thing ASAP as quickly as possible. And you've only got like I think it's 3 or
5
4. Like
turns.
yeah, it's like 5 turns, whatever it is. before the walls
Mm.
completely collapse in and you're dead. And it took me like 3 goes of like playing around with the pictos before. Why not use ad block, Jake? On the ads, I think I have got ad block on, but for some reason it's not activating. I'll need to have a look at that. Yeah. Oh, it's not on. There it is. We'll see if that works. Yeah, so it was there's a couple of moments like that where it was quite challenging, but in a like fun, all right, I gotta figure out how this works.
The puzzles are so fun because that's what endgame is. It's okay, this enemy is doing something. What's the puzzle to this battle?
Mm.
And it doesn't matter who you have
Yep.
because you can do every battle with every character.
Yep.
Obviously, some are better than others, but that moment of, okay, this boss is doing this particular move. I need to figure out the timing. It's fun.
Mm.
It's so
Mm.
good.
Yeah.
There's a overworld boss. So that one that you fought that you mentioned before, the story behind that boss,
Mm.
by one sentence, I that it was at that point that I realized, wow, there's a lot to this world.
Yep.
Because Verso says that that's the first thing that was painted.
Mm.
That was the first creation. And you defeat it, and your Pictos that you get is Cheetah, which is you make 2 moves
Yeah.
consecutively.
Man. So when
Why
I
am I cheating?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why can I do 2 moves at once? What story implementation is
Yep.
this? It's so good, and I'm not gonna say any more because there's more to it.
Oh god. So when I got that ability, I went, "Oh, wait a second." So I added that straight away to Verso and went and did that massive giant thing. And then before I went to bed, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fucking give another go of that cunt of a bitch in the village. The
Yep.
the chief. And dude,
Golgra?
man, I got halfway. I got her to the second phase where she goes Super Saiyan on you. And I
Yep.
just like I was able to start like paying attention, and it was the first time I've ever had to really like pay attention to, all right, what move is she about to do? Because it's much more convenient to read the move and then go, okay, this is the timing, because it happens so quickly. Like
Yep.
her attacks are the ones that I kind of go, all right, she can come at me with any one of these like 3 or 4 sets of moves, but I need to know which one she's going to attack with so that I know exactly what timing to start blocking, because they're like quick kicks. And then they like some
Yeah.
kicks are like 1, 1, 2, 1, or like it'll be like a quick one and then there's like a delay followed by the next, followed by a delay, followed by the next, or it'll be like bang, 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 bang. And it's like, man, if you're not on top of that shit and it hits hard, because I'm only like level 55, level 60. I think I'm coming up to 60. So I know I can strengthen my characters more and I've got more room to breathe, but I'm like, I want to give this bitch a try. And I was able to get her down to the second phase, and then it's the second phase that's now fucking me because she's got a few like new move sets. Some are similar with additions, and then there's a few extra ones. I'm like, you fucking bitch.
She increases her combos,
Yeah.
but the funny thing is, when so this game introduces a few elements where depending on what characters, depending on what you keep, what you use, will change the game a bit
Yeah.
in what you unlock. If you fight Golgra with different characters, you will get an extra reward, so to speak.
Oh.
I I had to use one specific character for the fight to get what I wanted because I didn't use that character earlier in the game. I'm not going into it because I want you to experience it yourself.
So,
But I used a character
yep.
and I did enough damage in first phase that just before she turned into her second phase, I killed her. Like I destroyed her, so she never went into second phase.
Oh, wow.
I was so lucky. But now that I know how to do it, I can pull it off a lot more with the added elements of my characters boosting them up.
Yep. Yep.
But
So are you saying that you're incentivized to actually do that fight multiple times to get all the rewards out of her?
maybe
Really?
some elements of
Oh.
this game require you to maybe use a character for it.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say who I used, but I when I played the game,
Yeah.
Lune was my main character.
Uh-huh.
So I did everything with
With
her
her. Yep.
until I realized, oh, there's some encounters where I have to use every character or it's a specific character that's in this fight
Yep.
and you don't have a choice.
Yep.
So recommendation, make sure that you've got pictos on every character
Which I
and
do.
enough
Which I do.
alumina.
Yep. Yep.
Good.
Yeah, I've been trying to
And make
keep.
sure you get friendship max.
Yeah, so that's the next thing. I need to go back and actually chat to the characters. I've done it with one of them with what's his name? The big chubby flying dude.
SK?
SK, yeah. I did it with
I
SK
love him.
just to get the damn rock. Man, I found it so fun.
Time for swim.
Okay, that is the one neg I have with the game is every time I'm like flying in the air and I'm using his boost, he has to say the same fucking line every single time. That is the one thing that I'm
Good.
like, guys, just maybe
How
tone
dare
that
you?
shit down. Like that is
How dare you?
I'm sorry,
Don't you
it's too much.
ever,
It's too much. It's too often. It's too
never.
much. You're ruining
How
him for
many
me.
times are you stopping and flying?
Dude, I'm flying everywhere, but it's like I might like turn around and go, okay, I need to slow down, and then I need to like speed up to have a look at something. Because I'm exploring, like I went exploring around the edges. Once I was able to fly, I'm like, all right, I want to see this map. I want to see what the edges, the phrase look like. And then when I
Yep.
figured out what the border was, I'm like, okay, cool. There's nothing there. There are some hidden things on the side, and like one section I haven't really played around with, which will be fun for me to start exploring because there's some tougher enemies there. But then I started kind of going, okay, well, let's start with the places that I'm aware of, that I know. I want to see if I can defeat whatever's there. Like I ended up making so much money from one specific location. I went back to the fucking fountain, gave as much of the money as it needed to jump out with the Nevron. Is it a Nevron or
Neveron, yeah.
yeah. To then get his dialogue and he gives me the reward. I'm like, oh, so this is not a combat sequence. That was unusual. So why does it say danger? Oh, because it's a potential fight. Okay. Really confusing game, but fuck you. I love the fact that you like continually change my expectations like this. In so many ways. And what did I do after that? Yeah, and then there was like going up to the mountain, which was fun because like I'd explored all the bottom areas. I'd forgotten that there was like one climbing spot, and it wasn't until I went back to the shopkeeper and I've spoken to him, and he's pointed up, yeah, so there are things up there, and you know I wonder what they're protecting. And I've looked up the mountain, and I'm like, oh shit, is that something I can climb? Let's go have a look at that. And sure enough, there was one space that I wasn't paying attention that had climbing the hooks, which I love that there's like in-lore stuff for that. and then
Oh,
climbed and made my way up to the top and explored, like jumped from train to train till I got to that boss at the end. But I was like, man, this is just the fact that like so many people, specifically from like the podcast I listen to, have all said the same thing. It's like, I wish this game had a mini map. I wish this game had a mini map. I wish this game had and I kind of go, I get it. But I think the point is, and I will agree that unlike a Souls game, that the places you're exploring through typically have better environmental navigations and very distinct color palettes and design to them, where you can easily distinguish the fact that you've been here versus there. When you're
mhm.
exploring certain worlds or certain like spaces in this, so much of it does kind of blend together so much that you can miss stuff. But I think this game, yeah, right, doesn't it? It looks dope. Sorry, Impulsive is just pointing out the little devil inside because I'm playing this like 40-minute trailer that does look fucking fun. I This has been in development for like 3-4 years by a small studio. They had a trailer at the PlayStation showcase. I think it was like 2-3 years ago, but because of some issues, they got dropped, and they're now having to fund this game and make it themselves. So,
It
yeah,
looks really different from when they first showed off the trailer.
there's
It looks really
yeah,
improved.
yeah. Well, this is what they've been trying to work on. We just A lot of the stuff that we've seen have been like these type of fights. That's I don't know if you're watching my stream. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but like these are the kind of basic stuff that they started off with a couple of like small little worlds that you went through. But
Mhm.
it looks like they're finally added. They're like the game's starting to be fleshed out. There's a lot more encounters. There's a lot more of these different boss battles and different things in the world. Um, but yeah, some of the further mechanics, I don't know how all of that comes together. So it's the one game I'm really excited to see, because this is like what I want open worlds to be like, where it's, again, don't give me an actual open world to explore where I have to be on fucking horseback every time. Just give me an overworld. Let me go to these nice, really cool vistas and places to like deeply explore in a more tailor made, as opposed to feeling like everything's just being copy and pasted by AI, which is a neat
Yep.
tool, but like it's unnecessary when you can save all of that money and um coding budget or like processing budget and put it towards other things. The sand stuff is really cool. I'm curious to see how big these spaces are actually. But no, so just that um it's just really cool, just the level of exploration and the level of discovery that you can have with Claire without the mini map, where I think it is fun and rewarding when you do kind of go, aha, there is something there. I can climb up that. And I think having that mini map removes that level of discovery, which is neat. And it gives it a far more rewarding kind of, you know, go find it. Like if you find that little hidden nook and you can uncover it, you'll be rewarded. Like it's really cool like that.
Ah,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
it's not a big enough game to need a mini map.
correct.
The landmarks are perfectly fine.
Yep.
They're so distinct. Each area where there is a flag doesn't feel repetitive. It does feel, oh, I remember this location. I know whereabouts in this level I need to go.
Yeah.
Exploring the continent is easy enough. It's not overly large.
Mm.
It's spaced out well. It has enough distinct characterization of where you can explore. Um, I don't think Claire needs a mini map.
No, I don't think
At
so either.
all.
No. I would honestly, I think the overworld map is enough. It gives you all the main points of interest that you need, and it
Yeah.
highlights the ones that you've been to versus the ones that you haven't. So I think it does a good job with that. And I honestly, I think it's enough. Would it be cool if the game kind of went, all right, if you find a specific thing near the end of the game that maybe unlocks a certain mini map or at least kind of gives you a marker for what collectibles you might be missing in a very specific area?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be neat. That would be a nice addition, but I don't necessarily need it to be a map. Because if you just give me a number in the corner and says, okay, there is like 9 out of 10 pictos that you've got here in this specific area. And I go, okay, cool. So there's something that I'm still missing or a character I
Yep.
need to use in order to pick up a certain something. I love fucking, what's his name with the foots? I forgot the character's name.
Minoko.
Minoko, yeah. Man, so
Lovely
I
feet.
I did the fight with him. I got the achievement for defeating a boss battle without getting hit because of him. Yeah.
Hey.
And only because I had just done the Paintress, I hadn't healed. I went back to the camp. I hadn't healed Verso. So
Oh
he was down
no.
to like 5 or it was something ridiculous, like 10 HP. So it basically meant that I can't heal myself. I have to be perfect. There's no ifs or buts about it. Because a single hit, I'm dead.
I think I got the same achievement in that exact same encounter.
Yeah.
Because it's the friendship quest.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that is fucking dope. And I was like, no, I'm going to do it again and again and again and again and again. It took me, I think, like 15 tries before I like finally got the right timing at the right points where it like, and it was just fluke. It was like, okay, this attack I know, this one I know, bang, bang. And because I've got, again, the ability to do more damage with less health, just yeah, I just need like 3 decent turns with besting him on the counters, and I'm like, bang, gotcha, you son of a bitch. So yeah, it was really cool. But the other fun one that I went back to, and even though it still said dangerous, I was impressed that I was still able to get fucking through it. And this is the brilliance of this game, the fact that you can go through hard areas. And if you're persistent enough and you're happy to learn the systems, God, does it reward you. But back on the beach where everyone first died at the start, where you've
Oh, I
got
hate
those.
those enemies.
Yep. Fucking went through it. Bested
Good.
all 3 groups. Man, I was
Oh,
panicking.
nice.
Like, it was hard enough dealing with the 2 of them. But when I saw the one group in the corner with 3, and I'm like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. Somehow, I did that better than the other 2. And I would say it's just from learning the system. But, yeah, that was fun. Kicking their asses was like fucking rewarding on another level.
That's really impressive.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's such a fun game, such a great experience. I think they've nailed it. I hope. Oh my god. How the hell did he end up naked? I missed that. Oh, he just finds himself like that. That's cool. Oh my god, that's really neat. Yeah, well done to Sandfall. Like they've just nailed it for
Oh,
a
I'm so excited for their next title.
and you
That's
know,
a studio I want to follow.
isn't it ironic and sad that they are developers who worked at Ubisoft? Like they had this team or some of these group of developers in their grasp, and instead of going to their team members and going, What cool ideas do you have that you could probably do with a smaller budget that you could just chip away at in the corner, and then we would just pay a bunch of like artists to like finish it off in like the last year and a half, and they would have made so much fucking money. Now obviously they've done pretty well with Assassin's Creed, but you imagine how fucking painful that is that they weren't able to have something of this caliber even come out.
Good.
Yeah, no,
Ubisoft don't
yep.
deserve it.
No, I 100% agree.
And
I
it's so good to see these teams that were in AAA studios come out of it with
Yep,
all this experience
yep,
and going, you know what? This is a a, a project we want to work on.
yep.
And that's why I said they didn't have huge investors breathing down their necks going, we need this skin to be unlockable by paying X amount. Nah, none of that crap. This, oh, I find it so hard to speak negatively of this game. I'm
What do you
finding it
mean there's
hard
no
genuinely.
microtransactions? We need micro. Where's the live service elements? We need.
Oh,
How is this game making money past its release? We need perpetual content. Then when's the season pass? Okay, we need season passes for Clair Obscur. We need more content every 3 to 6 months. We need players spending $30 for more skins. We need loot boxes. Have them fight for loot boxes.
uh,
Occasionally, they might get Pictos
you can
or
only
Lumina.
access Act 3 if you purchase the DLC
Oh
expansion pack.
God! Like, man, can you imagine? And I applaud. Like, the start of this year has been a perfect example of how your triple A's have just been shitting the bed because they have been working on these games that are very much filled with all of this. Oh, we need to make it suitable for the 1% of players, for the, the DUIs or whatever. And it needs to be respected and approved by every nation in the world, by every culture, by every sex, by every race. And it's like, yeah, but now you're not being faithful to your characters, and now you're not being faithful to your storytelling and your world building, and you're doing this with content that already had established canon, and you expect this to work, and you wonder why players are pissed off at you. Like, no. Or the fact that you're then, hey, we're making a massive open world game, and then we're going to give you all of this content that's exactly the same and nothing unique ever happens. And this Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 are like these perfect examples of like slightly smaller independent studios. They're selling their games at a reasonable price and are making games that are like pushing the bounds of game design while still making them look as good as they are. Like, it's just, I don't know why it's so hard. I understand it's hard to find fun and design fun in a game. But when you're also designing your game for predatory monetary reasons, well, yeah, then you're removing the fun because it now becomes gambling. Now you're designing the game around playing with people's psychology as opposed to just playing with fun. It's just
Yep.
so frustrating. But yeah, you're right. I 100% agree with you. Ubisoft does not deserve any of these guys. They honestly, with the way they've been looking at the market, with the way they've been treating their developers, I'm curious to see what the next couple of years are going to be like. I feel like the fact that they're bringing out or apparently are in the talks of bringing out Splinter Cell makes me go, okay, they are clearly looking at their back catalog now in worry and concern, and it's almost like they need to go back into their older games and remake them to go, hey, remember this nostalgia? Please buy our products, give us money so we can then put this into these live service schlocks that nobody cares about, that has no creative value. Oh man. And yet, like, I'm not a big live service fan. But moving on to another topic. Actually, do you want to have a small break before we continue?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Yeah,
I
cool.
need to get some more water.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to make another coffee. So let's say 5-10 minutes. We'll have a small break. We'll come back
Perfect.
and we can continue chatting if you're up for it.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. See you in a bit. Ah. But yeah, how good does Little Devil Inside look? I've had my eye on it for quite some time. And then I forgot when we were chatting, I was paying attention to the fact that it's a Korean studio. Um yeah, really impressive. Really impressive work. I have got my fingers crossed that they get the game to the finish line because I know that they were having some struggles. I think they lost one of their artists or programmers or something, and he needed to kind of go back to the drawing board and kind of do some stuff small scale. So he's been struggling to get this project out the door, but there's a lot of work and passion, and he's putting his heart and soul with whoever else he's working on. Um, this game, so this is actually the one I want to talk to Robin about. This is
Is
like
this Atomic Hearts 2?
yeah. Well, no. Okay. So, have you watched any of the? Oh, what did I do that for? Have you watched any of the? What's it called? Summer Game Fest trailers or?
I have, and I haven't. I only picked the ones that interest.
Mhm.
I had to
That's
give
fine.
respect to Game of Thrones, War of Westeros.
The strategy game in Australia that we got no gameplay.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Yeah. Who do you know that's
Um,
making it?
well, it's a studio that someone works at.
Is it? Is it the
Yeah,
one that you were trying to get a job at, perhaps? Yeah.
like
Oh.
5 interviews.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's that studio.
Oh, look, I, I said this on my stream. Like, yes, I'm an Australian. I'm fully supportive of the Australian development scene here in Australia. Yay! And the fact that Jeff Keighley, like, I saw the announcement a couple of weeks ago, the fact that he got the approval and got the okay from like all the Australian gaming boards or whoever's all the developers here obviously showcasing their games with the Summer Games
Yeah.
Fest, which I thought awesome. That's cool, wonderful. I love the fact that him and his team are obviously helping us get our reach to the wider world. So that's fantastic. That trailer though, I was watching and I'm like, the idea of this looks cool, but there is no gameplay. What the fuck do you want me to work off? I'm there's and I knew like when the trailer was even playing, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a strategy game. Yes, it was. I know that the last game that got made, which was a mobile game, has been getting some rough reviews. So fingers crossed, your mate and all the development team are working on something that'll be more unique and fun. Theoretically. I mean, I know that's what any developer wants, right? They want their product to be successful and fun and engaging. I don't
Well,
know what it
this
is
already
though.
looks fun. The fact that the Night King can win and turn
Yep.
Jon Snow
Yep.
into a White Walker?
Yep. Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Sweet. I 100% agree. You know my stance on trailers.
Yep.
You show me gameplay, don't show me cinematics. Cinematics, love them,
Mhm.
but if you're going to reveal a game, show me what the game is.
Trailers are, at the end of the day, like those kind of teasers are really just conceptual trailers. They're here's an idea of what we are trying to symbolically make. And then eventually 6 or 12 months down the pipeline, here's what the actual game looks like, which is sometimes chalk and cheese. It's like, all right, the concept of what they're showing in that trailer is neat, but I have nothing to work off. That was actually, I'll pull up my little list because I actually had a list written for today's chat. One of the
I'm
games, yeah, go on.
Oh, yeah. No, because it might be a big conversation. Uh, the trailer that I watched
Mm-hmm.
and kind of got spoiled, Lies of P DLC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. I read that it was
I
going to be released today.
oh, I did see that the plan was a shadow drop.
Mm-hmm.
But with recent leaks, they've been pretty crap lately, so I've been taking them with a grain of salt.
Okay.
So it was a nice confirming surprise that it was shadow dropped.
Yep.
I'm so excited to go back and relearn and play because I'm pretty sure I'm up to the chapter where you can get into the DLC.
That's the other
I'm
thing I
pretty
was
sure.
going to check actually, because I hadn't I was more shocked by the price. Because I've jumped on Steam and I'm like, surely this game isn't $40.
It
And
is.
yeah, no, it's like, but it's like the game itself is $40. But then it's also $40 for the DLC. And I'm like, why? I get that the game itself is on sale at the moment. It's like 50% off. But why is the expansion so much? Like, how much? Like, is there theoretically that much content in this expansion?
I think it's about half the size of the full game.
See, if that's the case, then okay, I'm happy to dump that amount on the expansion. If that's very much how big it is, cool. But if it's anything that's kind of the size of like what the early FromSoft DLCs were like, which don't get me wrong, were still impressive, were still like substantial, but they were small. They were like, here's like 4 or 5 extra bosses with a few areas to explore, and you're done. It's like, okay. I think that's my only objection to even considering to pay that. But man, it's exciting that the game's even getting more content. So, and
Well,
I'm
that
still yet
was
to
the
play it.
plan for a while.
Mm.
Because from what I remember, was that the DLC was going to be so big that they were going to release the sequel.
Yep. Okay.
But
Right.
it
Okay.
turns out that they did end up making DLC with the planned sequel,
Yep.
which
So it might actually end up being worth that price point. That's that. I will be curious to see what the kind of completion time frames are. Because if it is that substantial, then okay, I can completely understand and justify that price point.
I think it's about 4 to 5 hours.
See, that feels short for me for that price.
That's like a normal game.
Oh,
A
what?
normal game. Normal.
Well, I don't know, man. Like that's 4 to 5 hours is what I got out of a fully fledged Sony title, and that didn't go so well with most players. Now, I know that we're obviously in a different economic climate where the cost of this stuff is a bit more expensive. But again, I think it just comes down to what value for you on a product is. Like if you're happy to pay the 40 or $45 for it for 5 hours of content and you have fun, yay. I would probably be looking at maybe 25, 30 max personally if it's for that long. If it's about 10 to 15, then yeah, I get it. 100%. More than enough value. Like even 10 would be like mint. Perfect. No issues. That's
At that point, I think of just give me a whole game altogether.
yeah, and that's fair. That is fair. Not going to dispute that.
You know what I would love?
mm,
And it will never happen.
mm.
I would love for Bungie and Rockstar to team up again and remake Oni. In
Oh,
modern day,
wow.
a proper fighter anime game with Dark Soul elements. Frick yeah. I would love that. I think that would make so much bang. I love that game. It's
Yeah,
such a prized PS2 game
you have brought
in my
that
heart.
sucker up so quite a few times. Like it is
I
one
love
of
it.
those classics that I know you just cherish.
It's just so much fun.
Yeah.
And it's difficult as a Dark Souls game
Oh man,
because
that game
it,
busted my chops. I couldn't even get past the like. I think it was like the first or second level. I was like constantly getting my ass whooped.
oh, it's so much fun.
Hmm.
Oh, such a it yeah, cyberpunk, fun, AI. It reminds me of the anime movie Metropolis. Another great, fantastic. Oh, love.
Anime movie Metropolis.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not to be confused with the Metropolis made back in the 19.
Or the more recent Metropolis made by Francis Ford.
Yeah, definitely not that one. Definitely not.
Yeah, so that's that Metropolis, 1927, which I haven't seen that film. Um, wait, was it Metropolis that I was thinking of?
1927.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's the original. Um, but that's not who I'm trying to look at. What is Francis Ford Coppola? Oh, Megalopolis, not Metropolis. Megalopolis. Yeah, slightly different name. Slightly. Um, but no, yeah. So it is. It's. I think it is exciting that the DLC is out because I honestly thought that was going to be later in the year. That was my assumption that they were going to have a trailer. It's like another trailer at this festival, and then there would have been all right releases August, September. So the fact that it's out today is like, thank you, thank you. We need
We're
these.
eating well because you've got
Wow,
Elden Ring Night
wow.
Rain, Lies of P, you've got the Switch 2 launch.
We have games regurgitating out of our mouths where we're not eating well. We are like, it's a
Ooh,
feast. It's
one game I'm really, really looking forward to at the end of the year,
mm,
alongside with Pokemon.
mm.
Thank you, GTA 6, for moving to next year.
Oh, right, right. Thank you.
Metroid. Metroid 4. That is
Yeah,
going
fair
to be
enough.
so exciting because it's going to utilize mice because both controllers do it. Movements and being a first person shooter,
Yep.
I'm going to love aiming with the mouse and moving normally with the joystick. I love that. So I'm very excited for Metroid.
I find it funny that if Nintendo does the right thing and kind of goes, "Oh, so we're making this open so that you can do crossplay." And it's like the one system that players will be playing on a controller, but also mouse. And I'm like, you can't, uh, fuck. Like, now you can't blame, um, the developers or like even players for just going, no, no, no. If you're gonna play controller, you have to play with a controller. You can't play with a mouse and keyboard because you haven't like you have an advantage that a controller player. It's like, no, well, now you have both options. Shut the fuck up. Play the way that you want to play. Like, I think that
Yep.
is fucking dope. Like, man, it's such a small design choice that really, in the grand scheme of things, adds absolutely nothing. And yet, it adds a lot more because of the fact that now you're not limited by your controller scheme for a game. If you want to play strategy and you don't want to be using these fucking annoying controller nibs because they make no sense for a strategy, you have a mouse. It's implemented. As a developer, we took into consideration that this system already comes with a mouse. Not, oh, yeah, we're going to release our game on a PlayStation and we hope that Sony does right by us and kind of goes, we're going to have mouse support because, of course, the fucking thing should have mouse support because it functions like a computer by this point. Why the fuck aren't you putting mouse support so that anyone playing something like Civ 6 can just plug in a mouse and a keyboard and go to town? Oh, because not every game. Well, why don't you let the developers worry about that? This just kind of removes that barrier. And it's like, well, now you've got it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that multiplayer landscape goes and how that game actually comes together.
You bring up a really good point. Games like Civ 6, playing that on the Switch 2,
Mhm.
because the game does have a Switch 2 version.
Yep.
Playing with mouse control is a huge game changer.
Yep. And it's there. It's you don't this is the thing. You don't have to think about, oh, I like and this is the brilliance of what Nintendo actually kind of did. Like again, it's a nothing, but it's also fucking brilliant. Because for the most part, you buy like this is why people buy these fucking consoles. You buy it once and you don't have to worry about anything else. Most people that buy a console do not want to worry about any other fucking peripherals. This is why VR for consoles doesn't work. VR on its own works. This is like I know Oculus is not selling as well compared to your PlayStations or everything else because VR is a unique thing to try and sell to the public. Plus, people obviously experience various levels of motion sickness, so that's a whole different ball game that they need to obviously solve. But for the most part, when it comes to playing video games, I either do it conveniently off my phone, which typically most of that shit's now free, and every fucking kid knows this, or you're some, you know, um, fish brained human being out there that just wants to go, I'm gonna buy something. What do I do? Oh, I just plug it into power and HDMI and it works? Oh, okay. And then what? Oh, update. Oh, and I just play game? Oh, good. Oh, nice and simple. Can I play FIFA? Oh, good. So, like, they don't want any of the extra things. You don't want to be like having someone walk out and go, fuck, I need to worry about X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And it's just here's like the Switch, here's your system. By the way, these particular types of games, which are traditionally more favored on PC, take it on the go. Now you have this game portably, and now you can play your Civ 6. You can play your eventually Age of Empires or Command and Conquer or whatever you want to play because you've got like if they want to port Diablo with mouse controls, there you go. You got the mouse. You don't have to worry
Oh,
about any other peripherals. Like all of those action
Diablo
games.
3 would be so much fun.
Look, Diablo 3 is already fun. Like, honestly, I think that game benefited from controller support because you were
But
able to roll and dodge.
but having mice
Aiming. Yep,
control on
for
a
aiming.
console,
Yeah,
huge game changer.
yeah, yeah.
Same as Torchlight. Any game that's isometric like that,
Man,
huge benefit.
I love the fact that you brought up Torchlight. Did you see that that developer is closing down? There is no more Torchlight. No
Good,
more. At all.
because the
Auf Wiedersehen.
last Torchlight was terrible.
Fucking shit. It was horrible. And they like animate it the fuck out. Like you could tell it was being made by some like Asian studio overseas and it had lost all soul from what the original developers had really made it.
It was because it was designed for mobile.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just I find it there's like a part of me that's heartbroken because it was initially a developer who worked. He was one of the senior developers behind Diablo. And he left because there was like difference of ideologies and opinions. And he went, you know what? You guys clearly don't want to make this next game. And I want to continue making this type of game. So I'm going to open up my own studio and I'm going to make another one of these. And he did Fate. And that did all right. And then he went and did Torchlight. And that was gangbusters. And then he went and did Torchlight 2, which was essentially Diablo 2. It's like, man. And then what did they do? They fucked it up with Torchlight 3. It was like, man, you had this. It was right there. All you needed to do was grab what you had and just make it bigger and better.
It was so close.
And it's like, nah, fuck it, out the window. Nah. Fucking idiots. But unfortunately, there were just some, and I mean, to be fair, by the time Torchlight 2 came out, he had also left that studio. He's like, okay, I've done what I wanted to. I've done what I needed to. I'm out of here. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were maybe some other politics that were also got involved in that, but who knows. But he stepped out. New people obviously took charge. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And it just fell apart. Unfortunate. But no big loss. Other better games. Yeah. Was there anything else that caught your eye from the list?
Ooh.
What was your, like, as far as most of the stuff that you saw, what was your general take? How did you feel about what was kind of shown?
I'm very much fatigued over realistic game. Look at the graphics. Look at how the water touches and ripples when it drops. And
So basically
I'm
every
over
Unreal
it.
Engine 5 game?
I'm done. I'm over it. I'm tired of the. I can look away from my monitor and see real life. When I play a game, let me escape. Give me stylized.
No, bro, but look at the fucking textures on the stone. Look at the gravel. Do you see the tessellation? Look at that shit. Look
We're
how,
getting into 8K because we can't
bro,
process 8K.
bro, when I step on the stone, on the sand, it leaves an imprint and it fucking stays. I come back, look, the bug's in the imprint now. I can squash the bug. It looks so real.
It's just so it was fun at the start when it was like that.
Yep.
Amazing.
Mm.
Perfect.
Oh, because
But
it had a
every game.
Yeah.
It was niche. It was okay, cool. We're gonna start seeing this, but now it's every studio.
Niche is not the right word I'd be using. It was
when it first started.
Novelty. There was a novelty
because it was
to
expensive.
Yep.
You're right. It was novelty.
Yep.
Crisis did it.
Yeah.
And it
Oh
was
my god. I was like,
out of this world. It still is.
The trees,
It's-
they snap and break. You can cut the tree down with your bullet. Oh my god. Yeah.
Crisis still holds up
Oh yeah,
as a
man.
game today that pushes, and I'm all for it. But I'm over it now. I'm also, you know what? I am shocked. Resident Evil Requiem. Shocked. Where's Rose? Is this not a trilogy about Ethan's family? Am I mistaken in thinking that the ending of 8 and her story with the new team was Rose was now going to be part of this investigation and now she's got powers. Now we've just got this chick who I thought was Christina Ricci, which I know it's not, but it sounds like her and kind of had her mannerisms.
Man, I saw this black guy, um, not to sound racist, but apparently I am. The and I'm looking at the bottom side of his chin, and because I watched Sinners recently, I thought, is this Michael B. Jordan? And then of course he comes into actual frame, and I'm like, no, that's not Michael B. Like they can't afford Michael B. The guy's a gun. Like,
It is oh crap. Oh my god, it's Capcom. I'm sure they could afford Michael B. Jordan.
yeah, but do you really want to be spending that on an actor when you don't really need him? Like that. How often does
He
Capcom?
wouldn't work in this though.
Well, I mean, Capcom's not the kind of company that I think wants to necessarily like showcase a popular face like that, especially from an American side. At least not for
But
the most part that
but
I've seen.
I would, but let's go back to Clair Obscur.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Andy Serkis.
It's Clair Obscur though. They're French. They're pretentious.
You've got Charlie Cox,
Yes.
which holy moly.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want Gustav to stop
Man,
talking.
I didn't even realize it was him. And then when I actually looked up all the IMDb profile, I'm like, are you fucking insane? How the fuck did you find this? Like, how did you get in contact with his agent?
Incredible.
Like, it's nuts. Small little
Oh,
French studio, and it's like, oh yeah, we're just making this little project, and we're gonna get Andy Serkis, fucking Gollum from Lord of the Rings, and
a
Cox,
bloody
yeah,
isn't he a
from
gorilla or an ape
yeah, I mean,
in
yeah, he's
Planet
been
of
an
the
ape
Apes?
for Planet exactly. Caesar, I am
It
Caesar. Yeah,
I think we're gonna see a lot more prominent actors doing voice acting because of, well, not to get too political, but with how everything's happening in
with the movies,
Hollywood
yeah,
and
yeah.
the country America, we're going to see a lot more actors going into other roles. So I think we will be seeing a lot more bigger names
Mm.
appearing in video games.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. And it really just comes down to whether they are affordable for a studio of any size
Oh,
to like,
of
you
course.
know.
You're not going to get Robert Downey Jr., who costs what, 23 million
Well,
for a
look,
project?
I mean, not now, but if he really fucks up his movie career, which he almost did after like, a bunch of the Doolittle films and stuff, which is why he's gone back to Marvel. Like it honestly just feels like he was kind of going down this weird downward trajectory.
You know what? I have a theory about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that a lot of actors do this. Why care? He has so much money. Why
Mm.
not make a film that will flop? That won't hurt him much. It's fun.
Yeah,
He
no.
had fun
Mm-hmm.
making
Yes.
Doolittle with the cast.
Yep.
I mean, Tom Holland was in it. So they reunited together. So there was that camaraderie of actors. It To me, yeah, if you're at that level where who cares what your next film is from a multi-million dollar company of Disney and having Iron Man under your belt. Sorry, can I just say, I want to digress really
Mm,
quickly.
mm.
His Some of his best work was Sherlock, and I will fight because Sherlock is such a great film Even the
Mm-mm,
sequel was
mm-mm. No,
phenomenal.
no.
And the
Okay. Yeah.
fact that
All right.
the third one has been in the works
Mm-hmm.
for over a decade
Yep.
now sucks because every time they're like, "Oh, yep, we're gonna start
Yeah.
filming,"
And they
it
don't.
doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. My
What?
issue with Sherlock, they are good movies, but they are really bad Sherlock Holmes films. And I'm not talking about him playing Sherlock because I think the acting, the casting, the general arcs of the stories are interesting, but they are really bad Sherlock Holmes films. They're more specifically they
The
were
character.
no, they are really bad detective murder mystery films because any good murder mystery story, whether it's a book, whether it's a movie, whether it's a show,
Mm.
right? In order for you to be engaged as a viewer in the murder mystery, they give you the clues in bite sized meals so that you, just like the main character, are on the ride and is picking up all the clues. None of those movies give you those clues. Those
You
movies,
sure?
yes,
Because those films.
go watch the first one. Tell me what clues they give you because all it does is they throw you in a room with random stuff that it doesn't really give you the actual information. None of the characters give you any information on what's in the room. You see the room from a wide glance with no focused detail on any of the specific objects. Then we go back to the end of the film where he's now recalling all of that information in detail in the specifics, which we never get to see early on. And it's, oh, yeah, so I solved it because I saw A, B, C, and D. Okay, but could you have shown us some of that so we could also make our own deductions so we feel like we're on the journey with you and we're seeing what no. The movies do not do that. They make
I'm
Sherlock
gonna have to
Holmes
rewatch it.
The movies make Sherlock Holmes smarter than the audience, which is fine if that's how you want to present your character, but it means that you don't give the audience the ability to be a part of that detective mystery. Compare those movies as a murder mystery to any of the um uh uh fuck, what is that series of other
Oh, Sherlock.
no,
The
not
BBC
Sherlock. No, no,
one.
no, 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 no. Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to compare it to those, that's one example. Or if you want a modern day example, go look at what is that actor that played in the second Harry Potter movie as fuck the not Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
Gilderoy Lockhart.
Yeah, who's the actor that plays him?
Oh, I don't know his name. Oh my god.
Man. Poirot. Murder on the Orient
Oh my god. Is he the guy? Is he the main character?
of Murder on the Orient.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Is he the
Kenneth Branagh.
detective?
Yep, Kenneth Branagh. Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Watch any of his movies
Mm.
playing as Hercule Poirot as a modern day representative. That is how Sherlock Holmes should play out because those movies, even the Knives
Knives
Out.
Out?
Yep.
I knew you were gonna say that.
That's another great example of we are going to give you all the clues that the main character sees and it's up to you to make those deductions yourself. At no point does the movie turn around and say, "We're not going to give you anything. We're going to kind of gloss over. This is going to be an important scene, but we're not actually going to show you anything." And then Sherlock Holmes is the one that's going to demonstrate and show you exactly what he saw in very specific detail.
See, I really need to rewatch Sherlock
Mm.
Holmes because from what I remember, it was all in the detail
Mm.
because he picks items up
Yep.
because it's the type of film where it's all in the set pieces.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Oh man, they're stunning.
I've incredible.
Man,
The
number
sequel
two,
just took it to
yeah,
another
yeah,
level.
but this is what I mean. They are as movies to enjoy, to sit back and just enjoy the ride. They're beautiful, but as a murder mystery, they fucking fail through and through. But as just, hey, here's a fun Sherlock Holmes adventure, and we're watching this character almost played out like a superhero, because like the only time you really get a sense of him analyzing stuff, like you see he makes points and he analyzes things, but it's all very surface level, kind of in the moment, dealing with a particular character, but there's nothing that's kind of in the main relevance of the plot where you're kind of getting an idea of what he's actually analyzing that's more important to the general mystery that is actually trying to be solved, until he gives you all of that information dump at the end with all new scenes that you never see throughout the film, so you have none of that context, but they give it to you and it's like, oh yeah, well, this was always there all along. Okay, but or as a viewer, I don't know, but I guess that's it almost feels like it is more the story, instead of being told through the eyes of Sherlock, it's being told through the eyes of Watson, or like some other third viewer who has no relevance, who has no kind of eye for any of that detail. And in all honesty, even Watson could see just as much as Sherlock. He just wasn't as quick and as witty as what Sherlock was at picking certain details up. So yeah, I love those movies visually. Man, the scene when they're running through the forest and they're being shot is still like cinematically beautiful and so well choreographed.
Yep.
Even like the fact that you have him going against Moriarty is just like just beautiful, and the actor that they hired for that was wonderful. But it's the detective side of it that just fails, because you don't really get a sense of, oh yeah, I feel like I could actually go back and like pinpoint exactly what was happening. No, no, you really can't. Which is it's unfortunate. But like I said, it's the Kenneth Branagh Poirot films and the Knives Out films are better examples of detective style films where you as a viewer are given the exact same information that the character that you're in the eyes of is witnessing. Whether that character is telling you that information or whether the other corresponding characters are giving the information, so that you have everything that you need in order to solve it just as much as the main character does. And I think that is important for that style of film. Whether you choose to engage with it is entirely up to you as an audience member. But that's better writing for that style of film or for that storytelling, because that's why people are going to see a murder mystery. They want to feel like, okay, I get to be the detective. I get to see him solve the mystery, but I get to see if I can solve it with him.
Yeah, you are the detective
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the journey of the film.
It makes it more engaging for that type of personality type, for someone who enjoys being part of that. Like, if you just want a Hollywood blockbuster that you can sit off and turn your head off, the Robert Downey Jr. films are fantastic. They're wonderful. But if you're someone who loves the trying to solve shit, it gives you nothing, and then it goes, haha, this is what it is. And you go, but, well, that wasn't rewarding. That was kind of shit. Which is very unfortunate, because it's like that's what Sherlock Holmes was built on. Um, I digress. This, you're so you're disappointed that it's not actually giving us.
Because 7, 8, and 9
Mm,
are a trilogy story
yep. I
about
mean, it was meant
Ethan.
to be.
Yeah. So now, and it's really funny because it's in a hotel, but it looks like they go back to Raccoon City because the foyer looks like the police station of the one that Leon goes
Yep.
to. I'm terrible with remembering exact.
Yeah. Well, was it Leon or Chris?
I'm pretty sure it was Leon that went to the police station.
In 2, yes, that was Leon. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris doesn't
And
get
that's what
introduced
this looks
until
like.
I think
3?
it's is it 3 or 1? No, oh man, I don't even know. I've honestly, apart from 4 and 5 and 6, they're like the only real Resident Evil games I've actually properly gone through. So I have none of the context for like 7 or 8 or even 1, 2, and 3.
To be fair, I am watching a YouTube channel play the
All of
Resident
them?
Evil games,
Yeah, okay.
and they played 7, then 8.
Yep.
So those two are the freshest in my
Yep.
mind. But 5 was really iconic. Again, co-op,
Yeah, man. Fucking
incredible.
I love 5. Man, I know people
The
busted
DLC was
chops.
so good.
Yep. Oh, fuck yeah. That was the first time I actually got to experience the DLC because I never went through it. The first time I went through it was with you, which was just
Man,
man, that was
that was
balls to
such
the
a great
wall. So
game.
much fun. Ah,
I wish they would bring back co-op in that style again.
yeah, I know. But that's just us complaining because we just love co-op games. This is why, man. Like I said, if you want me to jump on, we can go through and do a stream and
Oh,
play through. It Takes Two. If you want to do It Takes Two first, we can go through that.
I
And
do want to finish that.
yep, that's fine.
I also want to do Split Fiction.
Oh, what a game! What a
You know,
game!
a game that I really want to play with you
Mm.
is, where is it in my list? Void Crew. That I think we would get a huge kick out of.
Void Crew. Why does that ring a bell? Is that the new one that got? No, that's something else.
It's not, I mean, it's fairly new, but it is such a fun game.
Okay.
I've been
Yeah.
playing solo. I've played with another person. It is built for co-op
Yep.
and having a team. Their latest update is 6 people
Okay. That's what the
as
trailer
opposed to
is. Okay.
4.
Right.
It's
So usually works off of 4.
correct.
Okay.
But the game does change depending on how many people are in a lobby.
Right.
So if you've got one, the game will cater for one player. But this game, oh my gosh, I think you would get a real good kick out of it. It's a space fighter roguelike.
Yes, you were. Yeah, you were telling me about this. Um. Yeah, you were kind of progressing quite well with it. Oh my god, Focus Home, man. They're just such an interesting publisher, Focus, right now. Like they are really just hitting it out of the bag with some interesting releases. Um the one it's funny, like you're showing me that the one that really caught my eye from today's showcase, Wildgate. Have you seen this?
Okay.
I'm hoping. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, no, this is it. This is obviously more of a multiplayer focus, but you know what this reminded me of? The multiplayer side of Sea of Thieves. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So team based, you obviously like trying to get the flag or like a MacGuffin type thing off the other player. But you've essentially got your own personal ship with shields that you're controlling, that you're trying to defend while you're grabbing the MacGuffin, and then flying out into space to then have these like epic space battles with other players and completely just destroy each other's crafts.
That's cool.
Yeah.
See, this is very much like Void Crew, but the PvP style. Whereas
Yes.
Void Crew is very PvE.
Yep.
So this is pretty much the exact same.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Man, I love that we're going into the space age again.
Mm-hmm. But like they're doing it in such a unique way, which I appreciate. And you know, it's funny, like, you know my stance. I've never been the biggest, like, I've never been overly sold on multiplayer games. But, and like, between what's been happening with Marathon lately, which has just been a fucking shit show, it's like, man, Bungie's just honestly lost the plot. Like, for a developer that built their success on single player storytelling in a sci-fi setting of all things, while having really good multiplayer elements, to then just go, right, we're just going full multiplayer. Yeah, there's going to be story, but of course they're going to piecemeal it out because they know they can, and it's the most cost-effective way to do that so that they can get as much money off people in their live service. Yes, come, we'll give you 2 sentences worth of character building and world building, and you'll love it, and you'll eat it, and you'll want more, and you'll buy our season pass and buy the microtransactions that pay for the microtransactions that pay for the other microtransactions, because we have nine types of resources, some that you can collect slowly from the game, and others that you must buy with different types of currencies. Use real money to then buy the other currency, to then buy the other currency.
And don't forget, use real money to buy the fake currency so then you can get an outfit that's exclusive with real money that you've converted. Because that premium currency will make you look cooler than everyone else.
Oh, so we're doing a collab. So now we're gonna change all the costumes so it's Star Wars based or Disney based, because we need money, and you guys like Star Wars, and Star Wars is, you know, it's space. It's like, you know, this Destiny thing.
Everyone loved when Palpatine came back.
Man, yeah, I love Palpy. No.
You loved Palpatine so much.
Ah, yes.
He cheated death a 3rd time and came back.
I'm weak. I'm weak. Annie, please, Annie, kill him. Your faith and your friend is yours. The dark side. Feel it flow through you. Yes. You want to pick it up, don't you? Take it. Ends me. Yeah, it's
You do a really good Palpatine.
Oh, it's not too bad. It needs work. I haven't done it in a while, to be honest. Yeah, it's refreshing to see, like, between this multiplayer game and Cube, which is not Atomic Heart 2, but it's made by the same studio, and it's like their multiplayer version within the same world. And I went, yeah. And I thought, fuck me. That is cool. That is how you make a unique, because like I watched, I don't know if you've seen this trailer, Last Flag. This for me is like, okay, I get that Team Fortress is popular and people like that style of game, and this has like an 80s aesthetic, which is, yeah, it's hip, it's cool. But then I watch the gameplay and I'm kind of like, yeah, but it's another capture the flag. Like, it looks stylish, but honestly, I'd prefer to have these characters in like more of a single player environment and then have this multiplayer as an additive to an existing kind of game. That for me would be fun. But these developers don't seem, it's like we either do one or the other. And it's like they forgot that back in the day, they used to focus on the single player, and multiplayer happened to be like this additive thing, unless you were like Battlefield, where you went, no, no, we are exclusively making a multiplayer game and we're going to flesh out the multiplayer. And I look at this and I'm like, it's kind of meh. But then you go, okay, well, let's have a look at, what is it called? The Cube, yeah.
This has an element. It's funny when I watched that trailer,
Mm.
it gave me such a nostalgic hit of, oh, remember when games looked like video games?
When they were
Like
just
that.
bombastic and just silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was only what. I really don't want to put an age to this,
No,
but
no, do it. Remind yourself of
Screen
how old you
Sheet.
are.
Oh, that was like 20 years ago, I
I'm
feel like.
old and feeble. I feel my bones
Yeah.
creaking. The
But Screen
Parkinson's
Sheet came
breathe.
out, and that
Yeah.
is wacky and weird. Another Australian studio, but it didn't take itself seriously. It was
Ooh.
fun, different. That's why I think Fortnite took off so well, because it
Yeah.
wasn't taking itself seriously.
Yep.
It was really fun. And hey, credit to the people that are still playing it and are still finding it fun. Good
That
on you.
yeah, that on top of the fact that I think as well, like you cannot you can't what's the phrasing I'm trying to look for? You cannot overlook the fact that a lot of their success came from taking advantage of a free mobile market.
Hmm.
Like, there is no denying that a lot of their success comes from the fact that it was a game you could literally play on anything, which I know so many studios have been trying to figure out how to do themselves. This is why the free mobile market side of things went fucking ape shit. But honestly, I feel like at least with Fortnite, yeah, like they sell themselves on their skins, but they're selling you a skin while also selling you gameplay mechanics that you don't actually need to buy the skin. You can still, if you play the game long enough, you can earn all of that back and just buy the next season pass. It's the least predatory while still offering, some level of it's, I don't know. For a studio that I constantly look at and am concerned that one day, like, did you watch the Epic, the Unreal Engine showcase?
No, I didn't this year.
Okay, so I was watching it, and it was funny. There was, like, about the whole Apple versus Epic
Ugh,
lawsuit that's been
yeah.
happening, right? And the fact that right now they've lost again, like Apple's kind of thrown them back out into the water, all due to the fact that Epic doesn't want to pay for the 20 or 30% um fees. They want players to just go around that and just
I
go,
thought they
and
won that
they
because you
won
can.
something, but then I think Apple went back to the courts,
They're
and
trying to fight it again.
yeah.
Something about a contract that was signed, there was a misspelling,
Well,
something along the lines of, well, actually, no, Epic can't put Fortnite back onto the Apple Store, even though it is
hey, nice work,
in
Docker.
America.
Yes, yeah. There's a whole bunch of things. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, like the courts basically approved Epic to be able to go, look, if at the end of the day you have to pay like whatever fee that is expected on Apple, because it's Apple's server that you're using and that you're utilizing, that is well within their rights to request that. But Apple theoretically has no right for you to tell your consumer that, hey, if you want to buy, the V-Bucks or whatever it is from another website, they have no right to disclose that information. And then I
Yeah,
think
they don't want to
Apple,
use the Apple Store Play,
yep,
whatever, the store.
yeah,
Epic is trying to fight for the fact, well, why do V-Buck purchases have to be put through to Apple when Apple has no say in the individual purchase?
correct.
Which I get the
Yep,
argument.
yep.
I get it.
But at the same time,
It's the
Apple
same
also
as
needs,
Spotify with music artists.
yep,
But
you're still using
can
Apple
I just
servers.
say,
Yeah.
correct. Apple sucks, and they haven't been innovative since 2007 when they launched the iPhone 1. It's been the same design.
Yep.
It's so boring.
If it ain't
I'm
broke, don't
glad.
fix it.
Oh, no, it's time to fix it.
But it ain't broke.
It's
There's nothing wrong with it.
time.
Why? You keep buying an Apple.
Time.
Everyone keeps buying it. My wife keeps buying an Apple. Apple.
Ugh.
Apple released the same phone 3 generations in a row. Only major difference is one is faster and one removed the lightning jack. Ah, yes, but there's also improvements to the camera. Now you have an added feature with AI.
Get that extra 1 pixel of definition.
Remember that person that I used to date? Gone.
God.
Why is there like a missing hand from your shoulder? Oh, never mind that. Don't worry. I can fix that. Look. Fixed.
You know,
Oh, man.
I've got my iPad Pro purely because I like to use it as a drawing pad.
Yeah,
And
like it's
it's good.
Yeah.
I don't want the AI features. I don't want Siri to develop an image because I said, "Ooh, a lion and a castle would look really cool." I don't want AI.
Why not?
That's not
It's
what
the
I
future.
want my phone
But that's what the
or
future is about.
Yeah,
but you using AI to fix your missing, I'm assuming hand doesn't fix your actual missing hand you cut off for the phone. Well,
selling your organs for a phone. That's where we're at now.
Yeah, like this isn't going to change. I've had this discussion with Kate, and she was pointing out the fact that right now Apple has changed their direction from the hardware side to purely the software and service side, because they know that more and more people are not upgrading the phones as often as they used to. I think the economic climate is one factor. I think, yes, like you said, the lack of innovation is another. And people are, I mean, this is happening even in the gaming industry, where it's like, well, the graphics have gotten to a point where they're serviceable. They're fine. Like, most people buy a PC now or a console and go, why do I need to upgrade? It looks great. And when you're playing these live service games, why would you even consider upgrade? What's the point? All you're doing is playing Call of Duty or like the recent FIFA, which is the exact same thing. I don't need a newer console. But GTA, like, you need to make something more enticing for people to really kind of want to upgrade in the first place. And yeah, unfortunately, the phone itself, unless they dramatically change it, like, they finally add a flip phone feature, like a seal, maybe that'll like entice people again, like my wife, who's clearly gonna go there day one. She says she's not, but I know she will.
Flip phone. Love a flip phone.
I hate you. Snap. Clamshell.
Give me back the early thousands dramatic flip open and close when you called
Yeah, but
someone
you
and
know
wanted
that
to hang
it's
up.
not going to be the same because they're not going to be thin. I was I don't know if I was having a
Oh,
chat with someone.
they can't be
Might have been
thin.
Doco, unless it was someone else I was having this conversation with. No, it was I think Stefan was having this chat. No, not Stefan, Theo. Where like because they're not thin, they're thicker, it wouldn't give you the same feeling.
Yeah,
Um
because you've got all the computer
what was
parts
the
inside.
convo? Doco's getting annoying. Annoyed at me. Yeah, no, it doesn't have yeah, it just doesn't have the same like distance of reach, so it wouldn't be as satisfying to kind of flip it open, flip it close. Not mem, but I reckon it would work. It's possible. I get. We'll see if Apple even does it. There's speculations, but at this stage, who the fuck knows? Yeah, I'm
Well,
shouting because you spent 5 years trying to recall who you had the conversation with. Are you in some sort of time dilation, Doco? What's going on there? What did you put on your elbow, man? Once upon no, yeah. So it they seem to be going in more of a service type route, which pushing all their services and onto the consumer, their iTunes and everything else that they offer. Crack clearly. Nah, it's cold. Yeah, it's why I've never really cared much for Apple. I appreciate the cleanliness of their tech and how well everything integrates with each other, provided you're in that ecosystem. It's wonderful. It's perfect. It's ideal if you're happy to pay the premium for it. I do not, and I cannot justify it for just those minor little like quality of lives. And the fact that there's limitations that for me, because I've got, slightly shady sides to me, as we all do, but not everyone wants to talk about it because it's so taboo. It's yeah, it just doesn't work for my needs. And that's just all it is. But I can acknowledge the fact that like if I was to use, your phone or Kate's phone or tablet, it's always going to be relatively the same smoothness and general UI experience compared to a Samsung that's 2 or 3 years old, which once it gets an update, it's like just like it's having heart palpitations, and occasionally the heart just skips a beat, and you're like, oh wait, what just happened? Fuck up. That's fine. The pace is working.
but every phone looks the same now. They're all rectangular shaped.
Mm-hmm.
They've all got the same design.
Yep.
I was having this conversation not that long ago because, granted,
Mm.
ever since watching Final Fantasy Advent Children and watching Cloud flip his phone, I've always wanted a flip phone. I
Yep.
think it's so cool. It's so badass to have
Yep.
one. But you just can't get that anymore. No one makes them.
No. There are companies that make them, but no one makes them to the quality that is required, apart from Samsung and
Is it Samsung that
Motorola.
holds the patent
I
to their
think
folded
so.
screens? That's
Yeah, I
fine.
think it's
Yeah.
them. So I know they've got the flip phone. I believe Motorola's got one now, and then the Oppo.
Yeah.
Oppos have
Because
come really
Motorola
far.
re-released the Razr.
Mm, yeah. So yeah, some of those companies are like all the Android stuff is already like sorted and have like figured out a lot of the nicks and kinks when it comes to the flip phones and or even the flip tablets, which like for me, I think that is cool. Like the functionality of even though the thing's chunky, like I wish we could get to the point where we can make it just a little bit thinner because I've shoved like
Yeah.
I've had my mate's got one and I'd shove it into my pocket and it's just fucking bulky. This is the one thing I will admit that the clamshell Samsung is a better phone. And there was a video I watched, I think it was a Linus Tech Tips, where they were pointing out the fact that they had three people that gave up their iPhone for, I think it was like a month or two, for like their choice of Android phone. And the one common thing, like there was one chick that had the clamshell Samsung, and she said, "Look, I still prefer the what else you shove in your pockets, all sorts of things." Um, she was saying, "I still prefer the operating system and how things work on the Samsung. However, on the Apple. However,
Mhm.
there is no denying that there is something about that clamshell design that I can just close it and shove it in my purse." And I went, exactly. For females, and this is what I think Apple hopefully figures out, that all if they just make a clamshell, they don't even need to go to the extent that Samsung has gone with the tablet. Because I think the tablet thing is really cool, especially if you're someone who loves reading books. I think it just gives you that extra bit more room, so you don't have to worry about a phone and a tablet. You've just kind of got a phone that does it both. So for men, that thing's fucking awesome. But for women, that fucking clamshell idea would be gangbusters.
100%. That's 50% of your market.
Yep, right there. Man, the amount of women that I know that would probably buy something like that, because it's just it's cute. It's cute. You would have the ability to kind of almost like pull it out, use it like a mirror, which of course every fucking woman does. Anyone that's obsessed with themselves. Uh but it just functions like a phone. Like it really is the next step, and it's such a small little thing that's like, man, just suck it up. Pay Samsung. Don't be. But of course, no. They had to figure it out themselves and figure out their own patents. And look, we fucking did it. We're unique. No, you're not. You haven't been unique since Steve Jobs took over the company, and then he died, and now you've just gone, oh, we're out of ideas.
I miss the era of transparent technology.
Like see-through technology.
Yeah, remember when the casing on technology was see-through, but the
Oh, that
casing was
yeah.
colored? That era where you had see-through things and
Mm-hmm.
tech was starting to be really creative, and then it just became very copy-paste every year. And then they pushed for the, okay, we need to make sure people keep buying the upgrade. It's 2025.
Yeah, but that's how
We're
these
about to.
businesses are built upon. That's how they design their business methodology, which is unfortunate because you get more money from, and this is why so much of this stuff has been almost like throwaway. It's like they have done, and I know Apple's done the same thing, but at least they have designed a relatively strong quality product because they know that, and they encourage people to, like the fucking Jameses of the world, to go off, buy the iPhone, and then the new model comes out where you are going to pay for the upgrade. You'll get a bit of a discount, but you'll switch it over. So you will take your old model and we'll give you this nice flashy new one. And then it's like, oh, I got a nice new phone. And you think like you've gotten a good deal. You really haven't, because they're the ones that are then going and selling that phone in a cheaper market refurbished and making a killing off of it twice over. Like, six cough. um yeah, it's these companies have done a wonderful job marketing to us wanting something new and fresh, but they, yeah, like you said, there hasn't been much innovation even like in the TV space. It's just been yeah, it is what it is. They're just trying to
Yeah.
find new ways to sell us more of the same regurgitated stuff. And as even Docker pointed out, they will take out features and maybe put in something new. And sometimes that new thing really doesn't make up for the thing that they took away. Like the audio jack thing for me is like, I get that for the most part, a lot of most common people have gone away from using a physical cable. But there are some people that have really high quality headphones, and you taking away an audio jack is essentially you saying, fuck you. We don't care about the fact that you spent $600 on a pair of Pioneers.
We want you to spend money on our AirPods
Mm-hmm.
because those were made in collaboration with Beats.
Yep.
And we want you to fork $600 for this subpar headphones
Yep.
that are
With
wireless.
yeah, which is weaker drivers, weaker units, because of course it has to compromise somewhere. Like
Mm-hmm.
you,
But
this,
hey,
yeah,
the case is MagSafe, so you can charge them.
yeah,
Don't forget that
yeah,
feature.
yeah. That
Oh,
game,
did you lose one? That's fine. You can ping them.
man, yeah.
Revolutionary.
Oh god, technology companies, man, the shit they get away with. And I find it funny that where like these companies have over the last couple of years have really been pushing all the AI features in their tech. It's like you need to buy this TV because it's got AI. You need to buy this phone because it's got AI features. You want these AI features, but you'll only get it for like 6 months and then we expect a subscription from you so that you can, we get you hooked on using these really cool features because they save you all this time and energy because we can do all of the work for you with these algorithms that are clearly picking this data up from everything that we have been feeding it for all these years, and then we're going to charge you for all that data that you've given us. So it's like, yeah, so you've been getting all this free content, we've been collecting it, and now we're going to give you all of these tools so that you can make more content or fix certain things. We're going to get you used to that. And then we're going to charge you for all of its capabilities that we've gotten for you from your hard work. Come on. Come on, give us more money. Like, man, it's so fucking dodgy. So fucking dodgy.
Consumerism,
Yeah.
capitalism.
Yeah. Oh, it's the snake eating the snake. It's just such a fun image. Because that's
Ouroboros.
yeah, that's the one. Um, but yeah, the Cube, really cool, interesting
Mm,
multiplayer game.
show me.
Oh,
Let's see. I mean, you
assuming
did have the trailer up,
I
and
did.
then we
Yeah,
pressed.
I know.
Classic.
It's there's not a much gameplay, but there's enough of an idea of the fact that this is obviously an presently changing kind of environment. Um, I'm just really intrigued by the I think between this and Atomic Heart 2, the style and the look of everything, like it's what you were saying before. It feels like a game again. It doesn't feel like, oh, we need to be realistic and we need to have everything make sense. It's like, no. This is meant to be like Kojima, what the fuckery, because why the fuck not? Why does everything need to be in a grounded reality?
Yeah.
Like
I
at
don't
the end
want
of the day,
grounded experience.
there's a time and place for that. Sometimes it's nice. But when you're exposed to it every single fucking time, like everything needs to be like a Christopher Nolan, this is grounded and this is how it works. And it's like, well, sometimes you just want a Fast and Furious. You want like, cars flying in space.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Uh,
No, it doesn't need to.
and again, it's why I go towards Nintendo games because
Mm,
I know, yeah, I'm just an Italiano in a Japanese setting in a fantasy world saving a princess. Sweet. The worlds I'm going to go through are going to be wacky and whimsical.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm down for that.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I think so. Was there anything else that you?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
And you brought it up. Kojima. Metal Gear Phantom Force? The remake of 3.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Yep.
saw the trailer.
Yep. Yep.
Can I just say,
Mm.
please, Sony, remake Ape Escape.
Oh my
Please.
God.
If Metal Gear Solid 3 is the only way I'm gonna get a modern day Ape Escape, please.
It is funny
I
when you think
will.
about that. I know. I know.
I love Ape Escape. Again, another game that is a game because it's from the era of, hey, this is the video games we make. You know, in 2 weeks, Gex Trilogy comes out.
Yeah, that's right. I'm
I'm
like
holding out for
I'm
that. I
excited
just
but
want
also
it back.
concerned.
Yeah.
Like that could
I
go either way.
yeah. I I envisioned a remake of Tomb Raider caliber where
Yep.
you're going to use the original source code, but you're going to update the graphics so it's just a bit more modern, but it's still the same game.
I hope that is the case, but I have this feeling it's not going to be
No, it's very much
the original.
it's the game.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
that's yeah.
and
That's
that's fine. You know
Is
what?
it
It's
though?
fine.
Like,
It is
man. Oh.
because at the end of the day, if a game isn't going to be remade in that style quality of, I'm just going to keep using Tomb Raider because that's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
a remake that really just, yes, it kept everything of the original, but the way I remembered it
Yep.
is the remake. When I'm remembering when I played Tomb Raider 3 on the PlayStation 1,
Mm.
my memory is high quality. It's the remake quality graphics where it is polished,
Yep.
but still, it nothing groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Man, I was really expecting a Tomb Raider Legends trilogy announcement.
Well, okay. So this is kind of the interesting thing that I had after watching the showcase. Because I got to the end of it and I looked at my list of what did I say? It was like 40 fucking hell. There was like 40 games
Mhm.
that they essentially kind of advertise. And I thought about the types of games that they showed, and I'm like, I'll be completely honest and say that there was nothing that, like, don't get me wrong, there was some really cool games that they showed off. And there was some really fun and exciting, like, little excitement type pieces. But there was nothing that I would say that was really bombastic or out of this world or really like, oh my God, I can't believe they're making that. And my question is, okay, is it because Keeley couldn't get those games or because that's not what he wanted as the focus point for the show? And my question now is, well, if that's the case, what does Xbox have on their show, on their floor?
Because that's tomorrow or now.
Monday. It's Monday early morning. It's like 2 a.m., 2:30
Okay.
for us anyway. So it'll be there Sunday morning, Sunday midday,
Uh,
whatever it is. Um, yeah, it's. I feel like there's probably going to be a few extra things on the Xbox showcase that I think Microsoft themselves have probably got some specific rights because, like, there was already talks about
Silk
the fact.
Song.
Yeah, yep, that's a possibility.
They're gonna shadow drop Silk Song.
Yep.
It's going to be day one on Game Pass, and I think that's their
Mm,
huge Microsoft
yeah.
announcement.
Yeah, I can
I
see
think
that.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
I think that's at least one of the big titles for Microsoft.
But like
You're right. I think you're onto something.
but like Bond, for instance, they showcased it. They did the first trailer on the PlayStation State of Play,
Mhm.
and then they're like, there'll be more gameplay in the next like few days. And I thought that they were gonna do another proper trailer for the game for the Summer Games Fest, but they didn't. There was like they showed it, but it was more of a collaboration with Hitman, and I'm like, all right, but that's not what people are expecting. And my question is, all right, are you then going to have the proper trailer on the Xbox showcase, or are you just going to have a separate event during this weekend where you've probably got the developers now chatting with the press? That I'm not too sure on. We'll find out. Because, like, for instance, like IGN right now is going through and they're showing, like, after the Summer Games Fest, this is a 30-minute extended gameplay of Dying Like the Beast, which was like one of the games that they showcased today for the first time.
Is this a sequel to
I
2,
I
or is
don't
it an
know. I
expansion?
need to read into it. It the way it looks, it feels like it's. I thought it was Dying Light 3, but the way it's
Because remember
written,
how 1 had that expansion
that was
where you
I
had the car?
and I never played that expansion. That's like the yeah, we never even got that far.
No.
Um,
This
but
game was fun for a while, but man, it was in the era of zombies, and I got over it.
yeah, well, it's why I haven't really gotten into it again because it's just I think the general like gameplay is fucking cool, but
Mhm.
I I can't do zombies anymore. It's just they're so overused and abused in a way that this is why I'm kind of looking forward to Stalker, because I feel like Stalker would be the better type of game for that.
Yeah.
I honestly wanted Far Cry to be better, but I feel like that's kind of turned into a bit of a schlock in its own way. Um,
Oh, yeah.
but I digress. My point was that a lot of the games that they kind of showed off, majority of them felt like they were more of the smaller to independent type of studios with a
Mhm.
variety of like, your mid like there was aside from some of the Capcom stuff, which I think Capcom probably had a stronger presence as far as a big publisher. There wasn't any other like big publishers like maybe Focus Home Interactive, but that's about it. The rest was kind of like a variety of smaller studios kind of showing off their games. And for me, mid-year, and we haven't had any other big announcements from like any of the other big studios, I'm kind of like, what has Microsoft got that we don't know about? And is there more stuff either being shown off at another event on someone else's press floor? Or are we just in a point where there's probably too much of this stuff coming out and maybe some of those bigger projects are being held back until maybe the end of the year when they then announce it for like 2026, 2027?
I know a lot of studios because E3 no longer exists,
Mm.
and I know Jeff is trying to make a communal
He is.
uh like announcement convention
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Um a lot of studios are now following Nintendo's approach
They're
where
doing their own
we'll
thing.
do it our own
Yeah.
way,
Yeah.
which I appreciate more because then it's in the flair of the studio. And I love I love when Minecraft do their little shows, Minecraft show.
Hmm.
I think it's really fun. It's something I'm interested in that studio aspect where you're talking to the developers and talking about the games. your way,
Yeah.
in no restriction of, well, this is for a convention where other studios are partaking. It's no, it's our control.
Yep.
So I like it better.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm excited to see Microsoft's, just because of their third party, well, their first party titles turning into all
Mm.
party
Yep.
titles.
Yep.
Again, I'm very excited to see a lot of Microsoft focus games being released on the Switch, especially now
Yeah,
with more power behind
that's
them.
gonna be interesting.
Because my theory is we're going to see a lot of bigger games that were released years ago be
Mm.
re-released now on the Switch and upgraded for next gen or current gen consoles. Um, Nintendo has a direct end of June.
Ah, cool, cool. I was wondering
I
if they were
think
gonna
it's a
have something.
Pokemon Direct.
Okay,
Because
that's all
they
right.
did a pre-order trailer for Pokemon Legends. And in that trailer, it did say that there was more information coming out on the 22nd of either June or July,
Mm-hmm.
one of the two. So I know they've got a direct coming up.
Yep.
Um, I forgot what the point of the conversation was, but
No, just the fact that there's like more being withheld potentially.
yes, correct.
Either the big
Also,
studios are not ready, because like okay, so I was saying this on the stream when I recorded this morning.
mm,
We haven't heard from Exodus yet. Like that's an IP that we've seen one trailer, we've seen some basic gameplay, we've had a representation of the story told through an Amazon Prime show, and
ugh.
we still haven't seen more of this game that is made from some of the ex-developers from BioWare, and it's supposed to be like their next Mass Effect like style game where you're playing as space travelers who every time they travel at light speed, time passes like for the people around them. Like that's a game that I want to know more about. Who's got the information on that? And then you've got Ghost Games, Kevin Levine's new Judas game. Are we going to see more of that? Because that
Is
has to
it
be.
a Bioshock game?
Yeah, well, it's spiritual successor. It's not a BioShock game, but when you look at the trailer, it's basically fucking BioShock. It's the original
Oh,
developer of BioShock.
yes.
Yeah, yeah. Kevin.
He is making, yes, you're so
Judas.
right,
Yeah.
because it finished with 3. No, there was something with BioShock. A movie. That's right. They were making a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like there's another game that we haven't got any more information. We haven't got a date. So there's a couple of products like that that I kind of go, where is it? It's either dead or you're holding off on a particular, like you're waiting for the right event. And it's either this one coming on Monday or
Mm.
it's something else in the future. Like it's one or the other, or well, three.
But that studio, since BioShock 2, that studio has had issues. They just never could get their feet off the ground with their releases. Remember how many issues BioShock 3 had before release?
Yeah, but
That was a very different game.
okay. So that's a different studio, though.
I thought that
Yeah,
was his last foray before getting into the new studio.
yeah. So yeah, he left that initial studio, and then they started working on Bioshock 3 while he opened up a smaller team as they started working
Oh.
on Judas. So he, it's so fucked. Like I love Kevin's writing, but I feel like he's the kind of guy that he really needs a producer to be on his fucking ass. Like the only reason BioShock Infinite got finished is because they hired a producer to come in and kick him in the butt and go, "You need this fucking thing done." And he got it
Yeah.
done. because he's very flaky with the way he kind of constructs his like work. He will like write it and then rewrite it and then rewrite it and then rewrite it. Now, that's fine if you are just working on the story. But if you're working on the story and then you're also getting your developers, to also keep playing with game design and working on art assets, figure out what the fucking story is and what the game mechanics are. If you want to sit there with a small team and just figure out what the game is and then figure out the story with the game and then add all the assets after, that's a better approach. But the way he seems to do it, it's almost like he's getting people to work on some of the art stuff while they're working on the game design, while he's working on the story writing. But every time he, plays something or writes something, he's then changing it and then changing it again and changing it again and changing it again. And it just ends up delaying and delaying and costing more and costing more. And it's why he's ended up losing a couple of developers that have worked at his studio, because they just like, I feel like we're not getting anywhere. Like, it's one step forward, two steps back, because he's too indecisive. And it's like, oh no, this doesn't work because I want to go in this direction. And then they will go in this direction and he goes, no, actually, no, this would work so much better. And it's like, bang, you're suddenly switching course again. It's infuriating.
Yeah.
And I know that whatever comes out is probably going to be really cool, but it's like, at what cost? Like, and was it really worth it? And, I'm sure anyone who's like really pretentious when it comes to art will sit there and say, if it's for art, it's always worth it. It will always be worth it for the creation, for the honest truth of the imagination. It's like, man, go fuck off, man. Like, I get it. Like, James O'Barr poured his heart and soul when he fucking wrote The Crow. And he sat there and he'd like draw up a page or a page and a half before he broke down into depression because of the thought that he had to relive the experience of his beloved wife, who never got shot or abused, but just happened to die one day. And that was such a hard thing for him to muster in his brain. And I get it. Like, he went through his own phase of grief, and through his grief came this amazing piece of artwork that took him a long time to create. But there's also such thing as, well, it's a business, it's a product, and we need to have it make money. And when it's costing us lots of money for 20 or 50 people that we are paying a lot of money to maybe release something in like 10 years. Because like, hold on, let's have a look at this. BioShock Infinite, released in 2013. So you're telling me that it's taken you over 12 years to come up with something, to get it from like concept to finished product. Oh, my masterpiece. And then all you give us is that's the wrong Judas. Bloody Gaga. Judas, gameplay overview. We have added extra story elements, and then there's actually probably more gameplay here. If it ever plays. One day it'll play. Maybe it doesn't want to. And it's like, okay, cool. It just feels and plays like BioShock. And this took you 10 years to conceptualize in your head. Like, what? But again, there might be something else in the back end that's, they're really trying to figure out. And we won't know until it's out in our hands and we're playing it and we're kind of going, oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, I get it. I can see why he spent 10 years to write, something. I mean, I'm making fun of him, and yet Tolkien basically wrote one really famous book. I'm sure he wrote other stuff, but it's really like one book that just went, two, Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And everything else is like, yeah, it's extra lore, but like no one gives a shit because it's really just Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. That was a lot of work he put into 2 books, so some people
Oh
say
my
it would
god,
be worth
Jeff.
it. So yeah, there's a handful of those games that I am curious to see if there's going to be more at the Xbox showcase. Because yeah, like everything here. So like a quick rundown: Mortal Shell 2, awesome.
Wait, what?
Oh, you didn't see the trailer for that?
Mortal Shell
Yeah,
2?
yeah, yeah. See, this is why I watch this shit, because I'm just like, even if there's something that I really couldn't give 10 fucks about, it's always fascinating to know that, oh yeah, that's a nice little surprise. Um I don't know why it's not on here. I'll just look it up. It looks really cool, I gotta admit. Here we go. And I'll turn up the volume so you can hear it. Okay, has something gone wrong with my internet? Nope. Okay, good. Otherwise, my stream would be off. Haha!
You think you're the Harbinger. You might be.
I gotta admit, it looks a lot better than the last game. Like, there's a lot more added.
Naught of your nature. You're a weapon, child.
It's so brutal just for shits and giggles. Wait for it. It gets better.
God.
Now, at this point, I know Doom. What was that recent Doom game that just came out? No, Dark Ages.
Something.
Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages. When this is doing kills better than Doom the Dark Ages, and this is like Doom the Dark Ages for me right now feels like the Disney version to like any of the stories that they tell compared to what this game is doing from like its gore and action. Like those kills are not holding back compared to Dark Ages, which is like, yeah, you kind of bash a person, throw a shield at them, shoot them with a gun. Yeah, there's blood. But like Dark Ages really pulled back on all of the like kill animations because it was just slowing the gameplay down. Yeah, okay. Well, then this game's gonna have it.
God.
Fucking metal, bruh. So yes, that's coming out. Sonic Racer, they showed off another trailer. Nice, nice,
Okay.
nice. Go on.
So she's not gonna return.
No,
But
I'm sorry. You got Joker though.
everyone from Sega is going to be in it. But apparently, Nickelodeon characters. Apparently, there is
Oh.
Aang from The Last
Okay.
Airbender
Yeah.
on a jet board.
That's because the Nickelodeon Racer didn't do so well.
Well, I think it's because of Paramount. Because
Oh, yeah.
Paramount did the movies.
Yep.
Paramount also is the parent company of Nickelodeon, I believe.
Ah, okay. So it's like a studio
So-
agreement.
Yeah. because they had the Sonic movies. I think part of the contract for this game is to include Nickelodeon properties. Though I think it's just a rumor at this point.
Well, this is like the collaboration that was made between Sony, because they've obviously gotten close in bed with Disney, and them contacting I forgot which company, but they're making that Marvel fighting game.
Oh, Tonko or something?
Yeah, whatever it is. Which
Though,
looks
can I just say?
yeah, go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go.
What are you gonna say? What is it gonna look like?
No, it was just like an anime fucking anime Marvel. Like it's just, I got to admit, it looks
Wait,
really
I'm gonna
cool.
finish that. Dragon Ball Fighters.
Mm-hmm,
That's what it looks like.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's actually the same company.
It is.
Yeah.
They're using the same arc system.
Yeah. Isn't that Arc System Works?
Yep.
Hey.
It's the exact same. As soon as I watched that video, I was like, oh, you just reskinned all the Dragon Ball characters into Marvel characters.
Yeah, it's
sick.
Just, they have
Hey,
yeah.
If look, I know
If
Dragon
it fucking
Ball
works,
Fighters,
it works, man.
Exactly, 100%.
Like,
it looks good.
Right? I can't argue with this. I know I'm not gonna go and spend money on this, but I know someone like
no,
Jason will, and I will get to play it, and I will probably have a fucking cool time. Like, I think it is a bombastic game.
And I think it's a fun party game.
And
in the same vein that Super Smash Brothers is a fun party game.
Yep. But you know what I really like? And I think this is where Arc got it right. So, and they got it right with the Dragon Ball Z game. But they got it right with this, specifically on the fact that unlike the last Capcom versus Street Fighter game, I think it was 3, where they went like full 3D, and it's like, oh, look at our shiny new 3-dimensional textures. Yeah, no, what people really wanted was a really cool... Oh, where's that damn trailer? Was like an actual animated art style. And I think these guys get it. They just understand this is meant to feel like a cartoon, not real life. That's why it works. Because it's like a comic book.
I've said this before. Animated superhero stuff works so well.
You have said this many times.
Live action doesn't always work.
Correct.
Because you're setting a grounded realization for your viewers to go, oh, it's real people. So I'm going to break my sense of belief and go, all right, that doesn't physically happen.
Correct.
But when you've got Spider-Man Beyond, oh my God, juicy.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that. Take 5 years to make it. I don't care. Because the end result is going to be worth it.
Yep.
I will wait for a Miyazaki Studio Ghibli film for however long. It took me ages to finally watch The Boy and the Heron.
I still need to watch
Incredible film.
Yeah.
Incredible. So if a scene takes 2 years, take those 2 years. Do what you need to.
And it's
Love it.
And again, it's like what we were just talking about with Kevin Levine. Is sometimes, is the art worth it for the amount of time and money that it costs to make it? Sometimes it is. There's just no denying that if you're the one artist that you are lucky enough to get all the fucking planets to align, and you get given enough time or the budget or the right cast or the right timing where people just get together in a room and it's like fucking magic. It's just the sparks fly and it works. You go for it and you let it fucking be what it needs to be, because when it happens, it's like, And people will remember it. People will always. I mean, like Lord of the Rings is a perfect like phenomena. No studio would ever fucking greenlight 3 films in one. I didn't even know that was a thing until like many, many years later, after like reappreciating the films over and over again for like 10 years, until my instructor from martial arts said, yeah, no, you realize those movies were all done at the same time. And it was the post-production that took the longest. And I went, wait, what? They actually spent like multiple years in that one location doing all 3 films back to back, making everything, setting it all up, filming it. The fact that a studio gave them the fucking green light and the budget to do that. But man, what a film. Man, what a like trilogy. Like, chef's kiss.
Really is. God, I cry every time at the end of Fellowship of the Ring.
And you didn't like the movie to begin with.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is stupid. To be
And
fair,
then-
the person that showed it to you, he was a fucking retard. But yeah, that's beside.
He ruined it.
It-
But I'm glad
Just a little.
I
Barry
rewatched
did
it.
ruin it.
Oh god, that stupid man.
Ah,
But
it's so good. We found each other through that stupid man, so it's not all bad.
that is true. That is
It's not
very
all
true.
bad. So yes, Sonic Racer. I think it's looking like a. Honestly, at this point, I feel like they're probably the only studio that can even compete at that level. So, of making like a kart racer, like I don't think even Sony could pull it off. Nickelodeon clearly couldn't. They're trying, but
It's fun watching arcade racers compete with Mario Kart because Mario Kart's nothing really special. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, I know. Or Crash Team Racing did it fucking how many years ago?
Oh my gosh.
But yeah,
Diddy Kong Racing.
never played that. I heard mixed things though. Some people like it, some people don't.
Oh man, give me back boss races where I have to fight the boss. That was sick. I really expected Mario Kart World to have something similar with how you unlock characters and stuff. It's not. It's very different.
Yeah.
But I miss that sense of racing and doing more than just a race. What Clair Obscur does, where
Yeah.
it's not just fighting, there's more mechanics to the fight, and we're going to utilize those
Yep.
mechanics. That's what I really enjoyed about Crash Team Racing and Diddy Kong Racing, where you have this hub world, you can fly, drive, or boat around and do stuff.
Yep.
That was fun.
Look, it might be something that they do later down the line, but I think for Nintendo, what seems to work is if whatever the core mechanic is, I don't think they want to take away from that. And so Mario Kart just feels like one of their more pure kind of games. It's like you know exactly what it's going to be. We're going to tweak a couple of things, play with a few ideas, see if it works, see if it's interesting, see if there's something that makes it fun and enjoyable and is a worthwhile added experience to an already pretty tight type of game. Because it like it's like really fine cooking. You want to add the right kind of spices and remove certain spices so that you can have the same consistency and quality and taste, so that you don't have too much of one thing that overpowers a flavor. And Nintendo, for the most part, really does that pretty well. Like they skirt the line pretty close, where it's like, too much of that one thing, and it's like, went a bit too far there. And sometimes they do, sometimes it's just like, no, it's just right. So,
but have you noticed that they're now starting to play with open world and their take on open world?
Yep.
The Legend of Zelda was their, okay, this is your world.
Yeah.
Then
You took the words right
Pokemon
out of
was
my mouth.
like, right? It's
It's like the
they're
test bed.
now starting. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's their tech demo into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
They're honestly, I enjoyed Scarlet. Well, Violet
Mm-hmm.
technically,
Yep.
as an open world Pokemon game, but Pokemon's Legend Arceus did open hubs really well. And
Mm.
you brought it up earlier where give me a area that is well designed and I'll explore it.
Yep.
And I'd rather not have a interconnected sorry, let me rephrase that. I'd rather not have an open world and have a hub area
Yep.
levels. Tomb Raider Underworld did very similar thing where
Mm.
you went to that country city and explored that area.
See,
Like Mexico, you had the bike, so you utilized that bike in that level to explore. Loved it. Oh man,
and
I'd
like
really want them to announce a Legends trilogy.
no,
I
but
would love
okay,
it
but you
so
you just said, and there's another point. We haven't seen what the next game from like that remake studio is. So what if like something like that is being held on the Xbox showcase, or is that just
it
not ready and we
it
see it later in the year? So like these are the questions. Like we hadn't seen anything made from Embracer, and they're working on how many fucking games?
that worries me.
Yeah, it is. It's concerning, considering how much they've like fucking cut back and like separated certain studios.
But have you noticed that Lara Croft now appears in every single video game except for her own now?
They got to get that money.
She's in Dead by Daylight. She's in Fortnite. She's in that Japanese hero fighter game, Nikita Blade
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yep.
She's in these mobile games as an unlockable skin. She's everywhere but where she needs to be.
I'm
And that worries
really,
me.
yeah. Well, I'm. You gotta wonder what are they, because there is word of them working on the new Tomb Raider game, and
So
how is
Tomb Raider 12 is apparently in the
yeah,
works and has been for about 3 to 4 years.
yeah, and are they going okay? Are things like developing well, or is there something rocky happening where it's not quite panning out?
I to digress even further in a Tomb Raider conversation,
Mm.
because
Oh,
me
why
and
not?
Tomb Raider,
Yep,
yeah,
do it, do it,
they're
do it.
re-releasing the old games to be on modern consoles because of this, I hate saying this, unified timeline, which doesn't make sense
Mm-hmm.
in any capacity. But I think they're trying to release the prior Tomb Raider games so that when they release 12, everyone's had a chance to play all of them. So I imagine we will see the Legends trilogy come out next year, February, for
Mm-hmm.
her birthday.
Yep.
And then either release 12 or re-release the Survivor trilogy on all modern consoles with updated crap with it.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So then 12 can then release with enough time that the other titles helped with their budget. That's my theory. Because why else would you release 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? You've got Legends, Anniversary, and Underworld left
Mm-hmm.
that were only on the PlayStation 2 and 3 with exclusive DLC on the Microsoft console. That contract's finished. So I imagine they're going to remaster
Aspire.
them,
Okay.
bring them to modern consoles
Mm-hmm.
so that everyone's aware of, okay, this is Lara Croft. She's finally the Tomb Raider after how many years of the Survivor trilogy of this is Lara Croft, see her become the Tomb Raider. Yeah, she's become the Tomb Raider every single bloody game that
Mm-hmm.
you've released.
Yep.
So that's my theory
Uh,
as to what might be happening with the studio side of things.
I think you're definitely on the right track. The Arkham's Razor, this is all just revenue, and revenue building, so that they can continue to fund whatever they are currently working on as a studio for whatever the next big project is. And if you can pay a really tight knit studio like Aspire to go off and remake these games in modern graphics with modern controls and add all the bells and whistles, not only are you getting a little bit more money off the IP, but you're also building you're rebuilding the brand loyalty, but also bringing more awareness to the IP. And that's your big ticket, because let's face it, as popular as this game and this character in this series is for a lot of us growing up with it, most of the younger generation couldn't give 10 fucks. And I think one part of that is we haven't had a good fucking movie or a decent series come out for this character. So there's no real awareness of this character. They tried on mobile. That really didn't do much for them. Like, it was a fun little puzzle game, but like, everyone's playing Fortnite. Who the fuck plays puzzle games? Which, again, is tangential and works for this character, but probably not enough to get the eyes that they really need for the IP. And I think all of this is really just, okay, we are trying to build and warm up the fan base and get them excited, get them like familiar with this IP, give them a fresh coat of paint so we can resell these products again while we are, and obviously all the other like DLCs that they're releasing for like the collaborations with other studios like Dead by Daylight or like fucking Fortnite. Here are other ways that we can infuse money back into the project that we're working on so that we can bring out whatever the next title is and make it the best that we possibly can without sacrificing the quality of what we want. Because my concern is where we get something like the new game from, what was it? I think I've got it here. Blighted, from the Guacamelee developer. Where I watched the trailer for this, and again, everyone's got their own choice of art style, but I cannot help but look at this game and I kind of go, well, clearly, what was it? No One Lives Forever? What was the game? Yeah, Nobody Saves the World. I feel like this game didn't do well enough. Maybe they've got like 2 dev studios working on different games. But when I look at this product and its animation style, I just kind of go, there's something really like more low budget than what I feel the studio should be at.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting concept, and then you get to the gameplay and you're like, yeah, maybe. But like, if this is all you have made, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just fatigued with these types of indie games. But this just feels a lot more low budget than what I was expecting at this point.
It almost feels like a low budget Hades.
Yeah. And are they doing this because that's all they've got the money for, so we just need something to get us to the next project? And that's probably the concern with the Tomb Raider game. If they are scoping for something bigger, where are they getting the money for that in order to continue and get the game to the end, the finish line? So, yeah, it's little things like that we probably look at it and we go, "Oh, I feel like you're kind of selling yourself out." It's like, yes, but it's at the benefit of whatever the potential future product is, provided whatever that future product is turns out good and it doesn't turn into a Dragon Age, which is, fingers crossed, we hope it does not. So yeah, there's there's a few things like that that I am curious to see if we will get more information and whether we get it soon or whether we won't get it for at least another 6 to 12 months.
I doubt we'll get anything. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back.
Go for it. Yeah,
2
yeah.
seconds.
Yeah. Ah, man, Tomb Raider. Robin and I have had this conversation about Tomb Raider so often, and I think we are both in agreement that it really feels like they had sacrificed a lot of what made Tomb Raider because they needed to make it more like Uncharted as opposed to making it what it was, which was all about the treasure hunting and the platforming and the discovery and the puzzle solving. I feel like if it went back to that while giving you hub worlds, I think that would be a unique idea. Having Tomb Raider kind of exploring the globe like you had in 3 or like in an Indiana Jones type game where you explore one space and you can go back to another. And you kind of have that in some of the new ones, but it's not to the same scale. It feels they tried to make it too much of a Metroidvania and tried to make it more linear. But I don't think it worked as well as they could have made it. I think, actually, thinking about now, the Star Wars Jedi games are a better example of what they could have made a Tomb Raider game like. That's an interesting thought.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I'm here. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Where are you, Robin? What's happened to your headset? I see a green bar.
Hello? Testing?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But can you hear us? Hello out there. Hello, hello.
I can't hear anything.
What do you mean you can't hear anything? We can hear you. We can hear you. Are you getting a delay from my chat? Oh god. Where are you? Where's the chat feature on this? Something's gotta give. Ba-dum dum boom 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 ba-dum dum boom boom. Oh, there it is. It's right there. See, Doko? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Say, I know my audio is fine. It's just that
Hello. We can hear you. But you can't hear us.
I can hear you now.
Hey! Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
That's
I had
okay.
to charge the Switch too.
Ah. Awesome. No, I was just thinking about how the Jedi Survivor games are a better example of how they could use the hub-based type system for a Tomb Raider. So you could have her, say, have an airplane or some sort of jet being her little base of operations as you get to go to all the different locations.
That would be sick.
Right?
Or,
Mm.
or
You could
a
do it with the
manor.
boat. Or, I mean, yeah, you could have the manor and then do it all from like a
Because-
map in the manor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her manor was used, Zip used her manor to set up the cameras and all of this stuff. So use that as your hub,
Yep.
as well as your training area.
Man.
So if you unlock new guns, you can then try them out. You can, hey, if you want to bring back the endurance ability that was in Tomb Raider 6 that was pretty much cut, but they kept in,
Mm.
because they never explained why she's regaining her endurance in the game.
You
But
know,
anyways,
you hit something. So, like, I'm playing Death Stranding 1 again. And
mm,
man, I fucking replaying it. I'm actually enjoying it even more the second time than I did the first time. And I think it's because of
really?
yeah, it's, you know what it is? I have the confidence to know what the fuck I'm doing, whereas the first time it's like I'm worried that I'm not gonna have the resources, or I'm concerned that this is gonna happen to that. The second time I'm like, man, this is great. I'm just, you know what? I'm gonna chuck a ladder down here and just use that to get across nice and easy. Oh, there's a ridge. Cool. I need to climb down. Shove the rope in there. Off I go. Oh, I'm dealing with these assholes. Cool. I'm just gonna try and fight them or counter them or see if I can get around and sneak past them. There's a few extra because I got the director's cut upgrade on the PS5, which you can now get on PC anyway.
Oh, I've
You
just lost audio.
Oh no! Come back! Whoa, come back! Where are
Give me
you?
a sec.
Oh no! Robin? Robin? He left us. He doesn't love us anymore. Why don't you love us, Robin? Come back, Robin. We love you. Hello? He's gone forever. Poor Robin. He, he was such a beautiful man. We loved him oh so much. He will be missed. Praise be, Robin. Praise be.
It's really bizarre.
You are bizarre, but we love you. Every part of you. You touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong. There will be no Ubisoft tour with this year for the first time since it
Okay, how does
started.
that sound?
Yeah. I mean, you sound great. Can you hear me? How does it sound for you? Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 da.
Apologies, just having technical difficulties.
We love technical difficulties in this side of town. It's so much fun. Ah, I'm so
Okay,
spewing
how
that
does
I
that
couldn't
sound?
play that today. Can you hear me? Faja, can you hear me? Faja, 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 Faja. Ah.
My
You know-
headset not working anymore.
oh no, is it dead? Why it dead? Why it dead? It no love you no more.
What's
Good.
happening? Nothing's coming out of my wireless
We're
headphones. Like no
in
audio
a
whatsoever, but everything's
tornado
selected. All I did was
of
move away to the
love
lounge room so I could
and
put my Switch away.
torture.
I came
Why?
back,
You shouldn't have left. You just shouldn't have left.
and now I've got no audio whatsoever.
See, this is what happens when you love Nintendo more than Microsoft. Hi. Oh my god. Do I have to pay for... oh, that's Doco server. Wow. You got some cool little things in there,
What's
Doco.
happening?
I don't know. Poochie poochie poo. So I was gonna talk about this earlier. This new Bond game, visually speaking, doesn't do it for me. Now, I mean, I'm using that as a general example as far as age is concerned. But First Light 007. Oh, they've actually got it up on Steam. Very nice.
Never to stop my stream.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall. then
Sorry, I'm
found
trying to
his way off that
troubleshoot
mountain.
Yeah, you're right.
He was 11 years
Doing
old.
this.
He then started a grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No.
Did not mean to
but I
open
suspect he feels
Crunchyroll.
the same way. But what he did in Iceland.
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was
Visually,
ill-disciplined, utterly reckless.
this looks
He only
cool.
survived thanks to blind luck.
And I
If he
think as a
wanted good
game, it
reason,
could
put
be
him in the
really
program.
fucking awesome.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple.
But there's so
Bond is a bullet
much
without a touch.
The blind luck
about
discipline,
all the characters that just feel like they're all under the age of 30. Maybe this guy's kind of in his 40s. She could also be in her 40s, but honestly, there's just the way she looks, probably closer to her 30s. And then we get Bond, that, I'm sorry, that kind of hairline. I get that this is a young Bond, but that young? Really? Man. I mean, maybe that's the point. There's just something about it that's like, look, they've drawn inspiration directly from that. Like, that is meant to be a young version of that. Not gonna dispute. It just, it's just not the Bond that I want necessarily.
Do you have an appointment?
Like, it feels too young.
James Bond.
I think the Daniel Craig movies probably did this a lot better. Are you getting audio? No, you still struggling?
I guess it.
Like Money Penny.
He's with me.
And you are?
Money
Then
Penny.
you've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
It's Money Penny, man. Come on.
So you shouldn't have.
Yep. Super flexible.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
Ooh. Batman Vision. Quick break-ins. What is he doing? Hacking? There is so much that happens in this that I actually haven't really paid attention to until now. It's like he's firing something.
Master manipulator. Whatever the end game is, we won't see it coming.
Oof. Wow. That is some physics, bruh. Look at him go. So he shot that. Oh, that's kind of fired straight into him. Or just exploded. See, that's neat. I like the fact that it's got
This is so
the
bizarre.
ability to just throw your weapon at an enemy. Did he kick him in the neck?
You're picking up
It's more like the
there.
chest.
Jet lag. Gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom.
This feels more like Mission Impossible than James
To hell
Bond.
with that.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
I
Hello?
can. You're coming out of one ear, though.
Oh.
Why?
Oh. Have you got something in the other ear?
No.
Something slimy?
Ugh. It
Lately,
probably is. Why are you only coming out of my left side?
Because your right side's occupied with my mouth. Da 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 da. Mm, mm, mm.
Bizarre. That was weird. Because I got up until you said you were dropping ladders, and then it just cut out.
Dropping ladders. Why are we talking about dropping ladders?
Death Stranding.
Oh, yes. That's right. That's what we were talking about. Am I still only coming in through one ear?
You are,
Wow.
but I can hear you, so that's a good
Ooh.
sign.
We're on the right track. Your PC's doing something weird. I reckon if you like reset it.
Oh, 100%. If I did, but I think the programs that I'm using, because I don't think I've set up Discord with OBS correctly, and I think one is overpowering the other in regards to the headset.
Okay.
And I
So-
think Discord's taking priority over OBS.
Yeah, that's fair. Son of a bitch. Fucking OBS.
Yeah.
How dare
But
you?
I'm running OBS as an administrator, so I should have that as a priority over Discord. But I think because Discord is using. Oh, God, my brain does not have the capacity for this.
It's all right. It's all right. Look, we'll probably be calling it soon anyway. Yeah. We can always we can continue this next week if you want, if you're in the mood for it.
I say we need to do It Takes Two. I think
Yeah.
we need to do a session.
Yeah, I'm down for it, man. I would just need the friends pass, which I'm assuming you've got, or you can use. I don't know how that
So
works.
I've got the game.
Yep.
You get the friend pass from Steam.
Yep.
But because I've got the game, that's fine.
Yeah. And I just jump into your session. Easy. Easy pickings. Yeah, just depends on whether you want to do it on like a Wednesday or a Saturday. What works best for you? Because you are obviously still working.
Well, I may or may not have taken from Thursday through to Tuesday off
Okay.
because Switch 2 and I didn't want to deal with people. I worked today because I thought I need to get out of the house
Yep,
and actually do something. So I worked 4 hours today.
That's all right.
Was it worth my time? No. Did I get abused? Yes. Unnecessarily?
Yeah.
100%.
People can be dicks, especially in customer
People are getting
service.
worse. People have. It's. COVID has really stuffed people up. And I'm one of the very minority of that people that enjoyed the aspects of COVID when, we had restrictions on how many people should be out of the house. I liked it because it meant less people in public. It meant less chaotic people in public. So it was fine. But as time has gone by and the world is getting into more and more of a recession and leading into a world war, people are now more agitated. And thanks to social media, people are a lot more worse because everyone thinks that their opinions are the only ones that matter.
Correct.
I get it.
Entitlement.
Everyone has their opinions.
Yep.
Not saying no one shouldn't have an opinion, but as a Western society, we need to start developing an appreciation for other people. And I don't know, less Gee, so easy. Less hate?
I mean,
Crazy, right?
that'd be nice.
Right. But
Just a bit more
that,
compassion.
yeah, everyone's going through the same thing.
Yeah.
Everyone is experiencing the cost of living. No one, I mean, other than your billionaires. Gina. Stupid cow. But, you know, us middle class folk, we're all struggling, I guess.
Look, in our own way, of course, we are.
Yeah.
If everything is subjective, like everyone has their own version of struggle. It's just at what scale and at what cost, like of style of living that a person chooses. Even a rich person will struggle in their own ways. It's very different struggles from what a poor person has to deal with. So it's yeah. Man, just people. People have forgotten how to be respectful of one another and have forgotten how to listen. And I think I think COVID has accelerated what we were already kind of going down with more of a, um, what's the word I'm looking for here? A stronger association with our technology where the importance of the individual overrides the necessity for the group, because now you've given everyone a platform to literally be their own superhero and their own boss or their own individual or their own like whatever it is. You've now officially given everyone a voice, and we've all forgotten how to use that voice in a respectful manner where we allow other people to share their opinions in a healthy, safe kind of environment. And we take what people say on social media with such severity and such seriousness. It's like, seriously? Do you realize that there are actually people out there that are probably just trying to stir you? And then some people are going to say something because they're either mad or they're expressing a thought at a point in time. Maybe they didn't think about it because everyone goes through this, and it's not important because it's just a thought. It is, yeah.
Social media has taught people that your thought is what matters and has to matter. And I don't disagree, but there's a lot of people on this planet. We're well and truly past 8 billion.
Yep.
That's a lot of people
Yeah.
on a really large planet. But social media has made that feel really small.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've kept up to date more with American news than I have ever in my life
Yeah.
since COVID.
That's scary.
Right? I don't care about what is particularly happening there.
But
Our
it
country's
matters.
huge.
Mm,
Oh,
yeah.
apparently it does. Apparently.
Well, because when they sneeze, or when they cough, we get the flu. So it's just when it's not even just us. It's when every country is reliant on that economy and everything works through their economy because that's the expectation that we've all established, then yeah, I mean, I was having this conversation with someone about the fact that there are so many products that we never had in Australia because as far as America was concerned, we weren't a market that was even worth investing in until we became a market. And just one day it's like, oh, no, there's actually a market there. We can actually sell products there. And
we recently got Amazon
yeah.
to the level that Americans have Amazon.
Yep.
Where we can get things expedited within the day or next.
Yep. Like, that's a big deal. That is a
Huge.
massive deal when you consider the fact that you think about 15, 20 years ago, most companies would have to really consider the cost benefit in that perspective. Because they would probably, like, after America, it would be Europe and then Asia, because they're like your two other major big markets. And it's like Australia, it doesn't really matter. Nah. Like, it's a big population, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not worth it.
No.
Until it's like, well, it's an extra bit of cash. Like, yes, it's a small percentage, but it's still a percentage. It'll boost up at the portfolio. Yeah. But no, I was off this tangent. I was gonna say, Death Stranding. Really, really fun game. It's such a zen game too. Like, you can go off and just grab a couple of packages, find stuff randomly as you're like kind of traversing while you're delivering some really light package. And the way the game kind of plays with its systems to try and challenge you and push you are really fun and interesting ways. And I think this is the thing, when you do it the first time, there is a level of tension because you're so concerned about, am I going to make it? Am I going to have, like, you don't have to worry about battery power, but like at the beginning of the game, you have to worry about your shoes fucking wearing out. Now, it takes a while before that happens, and there are ways that you can kind of get around it. But that is a consideration that you have to think about in the game. And then you get further along into the game, and you do all the quests and stuff, and it's like, okay, now I can harness my own shoes. I can make a spare pair that I can chuck on me. So if, these ones wear out, which seriously takes a lot of effort to wear your shoes out. But I can always chuck on another pair or throw these ones away. And just like playing with the balancing system, the fact that the game is like encouraging you and rewarding you as you progress by kind of going, okay, well, we're going to give you new tools. We're going to give you the electric legs that require battery power, but you can now carry more. All right, we're going to give you a bike. So now you can traverse longer distances at quicker speeds. But the battery charge is not going to last as long as, say, the legs. So it's like all these little caveats, and then you're having to consider, all right, what do I carry so that I can potentially build a battery charger or battery charging station halfway to to the destination I'm going to. But okay, I haven't connected that part of the map yet, so I can only put the charging station on this side until I get to the other side, do the connection, and then it gives me access to the Strand network. It's really cool stuff. Like, playing this, like, I know that there are things in here that I kind of go, man, this was such a cool little indie project and like proof of concept. And then he added a few minor touches to the director's cut where you've got a few like Metal Gear-esque stealth moments, which I like. I think it adds a nice little extra touch to it. But I'm excited for the new game because I know he's adding all these extra little things. Like, he's adding more weather effects. He's adding more things that are going to fuck with your ability to traverse the environment in order to deliver your packages. Like, playing as a postal serviceman in a post-apocalyptic world where the land of the living and the land of the dead are so intertwined that if a person dies, you need to burn their body because the concern of that person's soul waking up in the beach and being able to find their body somehow would cause a catastrophic nuclear event that'll blow the area up is a concern. Or the fact that there are delivery people that, because of the fact that, you know, there was a future that people, because like the world building in this is so like fucked up and bombastic, and then it also has this stuff that just makes sense because it's set in a future where, you know, we had AI do all of the delivery work for us until the government realized that, well, people were going fucking ape shit and crazy because they felt like there was no purpose to life. Everything was being done for them by the robots and by AI. So, okay, well, we're going to have people actually being able to deliver this shit. But, oh, no, we can't do anything with drones and fly anymore because of the Death Stranding, obviously, fucking everything up and, you know, screwing up all the transmission kind of signals. So flying's out of the option. So now we definitely have to go back to people actually delivering this shit. And then, of course, people take working so seriously now because they haven't done it for so long, and they have this ownership and this appreciation that people get so obsessed with the delivery stuff that they almost become like these delivery hermits, which is like one of the factions in this game that you have to, like, you will be crossing from one place to another to deliver something. And you have these encampments of these like ex-delivery guys that have lost the plot where they're like, oh, he's got packages. We must get the packages. Get the packages. They're just obsessed with it. Give me your loot. I must have it. Ah, nom, nom, nom. And then you're dealing with like all the undead stuff and like all the spiritual things that, you know, is all linked into your character, and the fact that you're the tool used to see the dead, or like the astral plane creatures that live on the other side, on like the alternate dimension, is, oh, we're going to have a stillborn baby because the mother had died. And so because the mother had died while the baby was still alive, it is able to still kind of connect with the dead that way. But we're just going to encapsulate the baby into this capsule that can now, because it's partially able to see into the land of the dead through its mother's death, we can then kind of, you know, connect this to a piece of machinery that will now give you like a little satellite, you know, reader type thing that'll point out where the fucking spirits are. It's like, man, this is just, man, I was smoking a lot of dope and this is what I came up with, and it's just so fucking cool. While you're playing this really cool like balancing game of how many packages can I hold without, you know, slowing my character down and having a hard time, and oh god, now the rains have come, so I gotta like hide under shelter. Or I gotta make sure I've got repair spray so that the deliveries don't get busted up. It's such a cool game. I highly recommend it. Have you played it?
I haven't.
Man, it's so cool.
Though
When
I think I've played it at yours.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know what? It's the one game I'm grateful that a mate of mine was just happy to give me his copy. Like, he bought it, played it for like a day, and he's like, man, this is shit. You want it? I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. How much you want for it? He's like, no, just have it for free. I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. Oh, all right. So he gave it to me for free. It was like the best free gift like someone could ever give me. Because it was one of those, oh, like, it's Kojima, but I don't know. Like, I'm taking a risk on spending full price on something that might be good, might not be. Some people like it, some people hate it. And playing through it was like the story was good, but playing it again, I'm like, oh, it's so unique. It's such a fun, unique game. And like all the tools that you get, and on top of that, and this is what really sells me, like, you have all the Souls games that leave the little messages that kind of warn players. This takes it to a whole new level because now you have other players leaving fucking random pieces of environment for you to utilize. Like, the fact that I can go through old areas and go, oh, someone put the effort and built a fucking bridge there. And I can like it and go, thank you for the bridge. I appreciate that. He gets feedback, which means he gets, improvements for his character. And I get a bridge that I now don't need to worry about crossing a river.
It's a cool mechanic.
It's really neat, man. And I am so excited to see what extra things he adds, even from that aspect in the next game. And the fact that I think the next game is actually you're doing cross country across Australia.
Correct. It is Australia.
Which I was like, wait, what? That was out of left field. So, yeah. Man. Yeah, I'm excited for that one. And that's end of the month. That's my next, yeah.
Jeez, that's soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, the other, I won't go through this. We can talk about this list at another night. The one other game, there's actually two that really just like, oh my God, aside from Atomic Heart. Onimusha, I cannot wait. I think as well the fact that I'm playing Miyamoto Musashi is really neat for me. Being that I fucking study his goddamn system. But that game looks like a fun Capcom game. And the other one that I was really impressed with and I really want to know more. What was that called? Not Bond. Where are you? Oh, Sifted. Which I still need to look at the developer who's making it. Where are you? My little game of horror. Why can't I find you? Why can't I find you? Where did you go? End of Abyss. That's what it was called. I don't know if you saw the trailer for this.
I saw the thumbnail for it.
Fucking internet is just being a bitch right now. There it is. It reminds me of Little Nightmares, but like a more sci-fi version of it. And then there's like elements to this where I kind of go, is this like Inside?
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, that looks really fucking cool. But yeah.
Oh, the Into the Unwell? I think it is.
That yes, into the that's the that's like the Steamboat Mickey looking one that's roguelite. And that's got I think that's got co-op as well.
I think so.
Mm.
It reminds me of a PS2 game.
Yeah, that looks alright. I am so over the roguelike games, but that one was kind of refreshing. That was like, there might be something here. There might be. Lego Voyages looks interesting. Lego.
Out
Oh,
of
that was
Words? Did you see the trailer for that?
Out of Words. Oh, the stop motion one. Yeah.
Yeah, the claymation. I
Yeah.
am so intrigued.
Okay. What about? Did you watch Felt That Boxing, the Muppet one?
No, it's on my playlist though.
That looked so bizarre. It was just, yeah. There was a handful. I gotta admit, it wasn't too bad of a showcase, but it was just, it was lacking. I don't know, a bit more of a punch. There's definitely a decent slew of games. You said this earlier tonight. We are eating fucking well, and anyone that
Oh,
sits here and says, "Oh, there's no good games," it's like, fuck off, man. Like, there is a slew of good games. It's just, what do you prefer playing? Like, if you want the next, I don't know, Mass Effect or the next Witcher, yeah, probably not. But I'll be honest, man. Yeah, like, I know you didn't watch the Epic showcase, but they had CD Projekt Red obviously is working close with Epic on the Witcher game, because I
mhm.
think CD's obviously trying to figure out how to deal with the streaming side of the engine, so that there's going to be less less of the stuttering that Unreal's known for.
Yep.
But they were showcasing the tech demo, so they've been working on like a Witcher 4 tech demo. Have you seen it?
I haven't.
Okay. Check it out. It's impressive, but as I was chatting with some of the guys on my stream, it's one of those things you have to take with a grain of salt, because it looks, when you watch it, you're like, man, this feels like watching Watch Dogs 1 again, where you kind of go, this is such a cool concept. And then the concern is how much of this concept will actually appear in the game. Because the world building and some of the tech behind it looks cool, and it's really impressive what they can do from an animation side of things, from a world building side. They talk about how they're using voxels, like they figured out how to use voxels. Nanite for the trees, for the foliage,
Yeah.
so that now you've got, from a distance, you would not notice it, but they're essentially drawing like voxel type squares for all the foliage, which uses up less resources than like heavy detailed kind of trees, or having to deal with multiple assets where it's like, all right, well, we need to do this tree and we need to do like 10 versions. So we've got one version that's like the fully detailed rendered one when you're like up close to it, and then we do like a version where it's a little bit further, and then one that's further, till eventually you get to the one that's literally just a flat fucking texture in the background. So this is supposed to help with a lot of that from the resource side, so you can just kind of go, look, build your fucking tree as you would expect it to, and the engine will render the tree with as much detail as it needs from a distance, while it's still doing its weird swaying, while it's also capturing light from the sun. Yeah, it's impressive.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's impressive tech. They've even got like they showcase how Siri can interact with all the motion capture data. They are able to have Siri organically get on the horse from whichever direction. So it's not like go up to the horse and then there's a very specific animation of her jumping up on the horse either from one side or the other. And this is like, no, we are just going to have it capture as many of the animations. And it's like the AI kind of just goes, well, regardless of where you're positioned, she will organically get onto the horse in this like normal flow state. So that's one of the other pieces of tech. And then they use a similar kind of example of that when she's going through this town, and she's like passing by, you know, the townspeople and kind of interacting, and there's that like push and pull where she'll like either slide through people, or she'll, you know, you'll just walk past and hit someone who's carrying some tomatoes or box of fruits, and then he reacts, which causes a chain reaction where a kid goes, "Oh, look, the orange fell, so I'm going to pick up the orange." So it's like all of this really cool programming nuance. That's okay, but is that what is the game organically going to do that and is going to have all of the animations to support that, or is this just for the demo, which they've obviously said, look, this is what we're aiming for. But yeah, it's a fun watch, but again, you need to kind of approach it with a skeptical eye, or like a critical eye of, this is all really pretty and it looks gorgeous for this specific purpose, but then none of those random events really play out that way in the actual game. So yeah, we'll see.
I want to see more. I'm I'm not ready to watch their videos yet. I think it's still too early, because a lot of their early stuff often changes.
Yeah.
So I want to wait a bit until they've kind of settled a bit more in what the fourth title will be like.
Yeah. And I think they're still trying to figure that out. Like, they showcase the main kind of tease for, I think the part that was more real about the whole showcase, aside from obviously playing Siri and what her horse is called, is more the fact that they showed off one of the first kind of cities or towns that you're going to be able to explore. And it's in the distance, so how it actually looks in real life, we won't know, because like anything in like these demos, it's all subject to change. But it was like a nice, okay, cool, this is kind of the look and the feel that you're going for. This is how it tonally is going to kind of be presented, and what the actual gameplay is going to be, what the story elements are going to be, how everything kind of comes together. Well, that we will see that in, I reckon, 2 or 3 years, because I still feel like that's still way off. But yeah. Yeah.
We shall see.
We shall. We shall. All right, bud. I don't know about you. It is really late. We went on like 2 fucking old birds, man.
Classic.
Love it. I haven't done that in ages. So
All right.
I will let you go. We will chat and see if we can hook up a session and play some It Takes Two. Because it would be nice for you to complete it. And I haven't played it in fucking, since Kate and I went through it. That was a while ago now. Oof.
I think we got halfway through
You and,
in my campaign.
Yeah. Do you want to go through it from the start, or?
Oh, I don't mind. That
Awesome.
game is so enjoyable. I'm more than happy to start from the start again.
Cool. Well, if you want to check out like the other character, we can always switch. You just tell me which one you want to do, and
I don't mind.
neither do I.
That game is just enjoyable no matter which perspective you play as.
Yeah. Yeah. It's... See, that is a game that is all about mini games, but it's just handled so well and so tastefully while giving you this really nice fleshed out beginning, middle, and end in a way that not many developers really have the ability to do. Like, the fact that they can build so many different systems and make them all unique And like a lot of the systems, it's stuff we've seen in previous games, but they're usually like a very like specific game that hones in on that system. And this is like, we're going to do a bit of this, we're going to have 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 this. And it's all just going to flow into one. And you just, even though you're using the same kind of setup and buttons and kind of prompts, it just comes together organically. And you just go, right, now we're playing this run and gun, and then the next scene we're doing like a Pac-Man type game, and then after that we're doing some puzzle, and then after that we're doing that's like Prince of Persia, and then after that we're doing asteroids. It's like, what? Fucking hell. Yeah. I am so fascinated to see what they come up with next. Like, that studio. Hazelight, isn't it?
I'm excited. I think it's that. Hazelight?
It takes two. It takes two,
This is
baby.
Joseph Fares.
Joseph Fares. Man, such a... Yeah, Hazelight Studios. Such a dope director, man. Fuck. He just understands. It's like, he just understands fun. He understands fun in a way, and it's like, yep, I love storytelling. I love a game to be fun. Let's just know how to smack that shit together and make it a shared experience. Like, we need more people like that, please. Please and thank you.
Ooh, yes.
But yes.
Hard agree.
All right, my man. Have a good night.
You
or
too.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Sleep well, and we'll catch up soon.
No worries. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. How the flabbergasting. Okay. Well, it's been a wonderful stream. Thank you all for joining on the stream tonight. It was quite enjoyable. I hope you had fun. It was a bit more chill today, just chatting games. It is obviously the week of games, a lot of new information. We've got the Xbox press conference in 24 hours, theoretically, at this point. There's probably going to be information coming out now. I wouldn't be surprised. So, yeah. Enjoy it. Have fun. Don't take it all too seriously. There's obviously so much. Yeah, there's not going to be anything there. Yeah, they've got a live event happening. Saturday, Sunday. Have they got like a lineup of what they're planning? Ironheart, Jurassic World, Niant of the Living Cat, Revival, Head of State, Murder Bot, How to Train Your Dragon, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Dan, Together, Marshmallow. That's just... Okay, so most of that's all movie based. And then we start getting into some games. Rick and Morty. Megan 2.0. Oh, wow. It's kind of a mixture of stuff, really. They don't have much in the way of games. That's interesting. Man, I haven't been on GameSpot in ages. Do they even have anything? Summer Games Fest 2025. Everything revealed. No, I don't think. Oh, schedule. Here we go. Indie Quest, State of Play, Accessibility, Summer Showcase, Green Games Showcase, Summer Games Fest, Day of the Devs, IOI Showcase. Oh, I should probably watch that because that's probably the Bond one. Yeah. Wholesome Direct, Future Game Show, and then Xbox. So, yeah, there's a couple of things worth checking out. I'll probably look at that tomorrow. Just suss out if there's anything interesting. But, yeah. Yes. Have a good night. I will see you on Wednesday. We've done Mina the Hollowing. I keep saying Nina, but it's Mina. Mina. And if I don't catch up with Robin for a sesh, depending on what happens, then I've got Devil May Cry 5 installed ready. At least until I can get a capture card so that we can theoretically try out the demo and have it ready in preparation for Death Stranding 2. So yes, till then, have a good night. I'll see you all, my lovely streamers. Take care.